All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to set up live chat. Give me one moment. Let's see. All right. Yeah, looks like it's up. Just make sure it's not taking up too much space. It's a bit too thin. Let's try that. Not quite. Sorry, I haven't done this in like a month now. Already forgetting like what my setup was. All right, I think that looks good. Okay, I'm just going to okay, the audio sounds good on stream. Sounds good enough. All right, well, I guess we get started. Welcome back to my live streams. The This time I'm planning on doing like some more reaction videos. This time, it's gonna be a bit different. Like before, I've done like one or two dedicated videos from a single channel, which in total ends up being like an hour or so long. But this time I'm planning on reacting to a couple of shorter videos, but all of them are about the topic of like a dragon infinite wealth. Yeah, the first one I'm planning on talking about is a YouTuber, I believe their name is pronounced Gokudoni. I'm not Actually, no, I'm not sure how that's pronounced. I'm just gonna call him Goku for this video. He did a video titled "The Greatest Yakuza Boss" while referring to the Majima Saijima Daigo fight in Infinite Wealth. That's a video I've actually seen before, and I've been meaning to respond to it, so I thought that this would be a good opportunity to do so. Next one is a channel I actually haven't seen before. Let me check exactly what their name is. Uh, okay, it's their name's Math Otaku Defined. I've gotten recommended from them a couple times videos talking about infinite wealth with almost like sort of like clickbaity looking titles like why this is better than you think, this thing explained, and some other stuff like that. And I'm sort of curious to check them out just because they seem to be like decently like well no how do I say I've gone recommended them I've been recommended these videos a lot, like basically like defending multiple aspects of infinite wealth. Especially they seem to focus on aspects I consider pretty terrible from that game, like Chitose's redemption arc, the whole plot point with Ebina, the ending in general. Basically just saying like why these things are great. And so yeah, I thought it might just be worth checking them out. Like I don't know if I'm going to react to that much of their videos or even more than one. Basically the plan is just to watch like one or two, see how that goes, and if I still feel like it, maybe I'll do some more. But yeah, the two I'm planning on responding to mainly are why Chitose's redemption arc is better than you think. Something I find very disagreeable because I think her redemption arc is actually terrible. There's also they also say there's also a video called Kiryu's ending in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth Explained. See, and I'm curious how they're gonna do that with just how like rushed the ending is and how much unanswered things there is, especially with the way it ends Kiryu's story. So yeah, just on like first glance, I thought it's gonna be interesting seeing someone actually try to defend these things, and since they're like shorter videos, I thought they'd be worth just checking out. But yeah, for now I'm just gonna start with Gokudoni's or Goku's video, and yeah, I guess we'll see how that goes. Okay, let me just pull up the video. So, sorry, the quality's. I've had this thing with Watch Together. The quality's going to be a bit weak at first, or like pretty low, but gets better like pretty quickly. So just a heads up. I am actually planning on buying this game. I know it's pretty meh, but I want to 100% it. You talking about Infinite Wealth? Because I mean, yeah, that's fair. I quite while I think the story is terrible, I actually quite like the gameplay for Infinite Wealth. Like I find it like really fun to like do all of that, and but yeah, the only reason that like I'm not gonna do all the achievements is just because like pretty shitty that RGG locked New Game Plus and the dungeon which other achievements are locked behind a paywall, just pretty scummy. Not that I would blame anyone for like wanting to buy it if they want to. It's just personal thing I don't want to do. But yeah, I find Infinite Wealth a pretty fun game to play, even if I really don't like the story of it. So I think that's fair to want to 100% it. I'd consider buying it maybe to try out Like a Brawler 8 and mods, and maybe that's it. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm a console player, so I can't really like the options for mods are a lot more limited, but yeah, that might be interesting to try out. Um, yeah, yeah. Yeah, with that out of the way, I guess I'll just get started with the video. Give my thoughts on it. See how it goes. Just give me a second to actually open up the source.
Is the concept of boss fights, the culminations of the gameplay mechanics you've been mastering.
I guess I will ask, how does the audio sound for you? Like I think it sounded all right from like YouTube. I guess I just thought I'd ask in case if anything's like too loud, basically. Just feel free to let me know if you notice that. I definitely want to try out modded Zero and Lost Judgment for sure. Oh yeah, it'd probably be cool. Because those are already like I think like some like the better ones as far as combat goes. But yeah, I'm seeing like a lot of really neat mods for for the Yakuza games. So yeah, if I ever get a PC, I might want to try that out. Sounds good for me. Okay, great. Yeah. Well, let's just get back to the video for now.
Throughout your journey. While they've taken on different forms over time, ranging from straightforward final obstacles in the early days and comparably challenging entities amplified with narrative nuance in the past 3 decades, We all know that a good boss fight has the potential to elevate an otherwise great game and turn it into something one could label as a masterpiece. Now, over the course of this channel's lifespan, I've done both dedicated character analyses on various Yakuza bosses, as well as extensive tier lists focused on specific entries in the franchise, and over time, I've reached the conclusion that the final boss of Like a Dragon Gaiden was a perfect boss all around. I still believe that, in terms of final bosses in particular, he is RGG's crowning achievement. But given that
Um, maybe it's hard to say because like I think like Shishido's like pretty solid as a character and like the way his story is executed, I like that quite a bit. But I guess the only things that like I wouldn't consider perfect is just sort of like the story's basically the narrative context of Gaiden, like what this fight is built upon is like pretty wonky. That's like the only reason I don't outright consider it like the best in the series. But I'd say I'd say it's a really good final boss, personally. I never really liked this guy's takes. Yeah, me neither. I've only seen a couple of their videos and I found like they occasionally make some good points, but I found some of them to be like pretty disagreeable. Like I think this was like one of the channels that inspired me to like do my own Yakuza content, not just I didn't really not to say like I hated it like I did some other videos. I just felt like I really want to get my own opinions out there on the series. So yeah, this was pretty like influential on me in that regard. Uh, Sorry, I'm just editing the stream layout a bit. Small thing, just I'm not gonna put like the notes on screen for this one. Just wanted it to be like the video in the stream. Just feel free to like comment if you have any suggestions for how I can make it look better. But yeah, I'm still sort of figuring it out. This guy's at least better than Snowiest, but that's not saying much. I think any Yakuza content creator is better than him. Um, well, that's hard. I don't know if I'd say he's one of the worst. Just because I've seen some that are like really bad. Although one is like a sort of like smaller channel. I don't think they even have 1,000 subscribers. It's like one called like Pixel. That's one I'm really not a fan of, and probably like my least favorite. But that one's a bit more niche, or they don't have nearly as much views. So yeah, I imagine not as many people know about them. Um yeah, I don't know if I'd agree like he's one of the worst, but yeah, I'm not a fan of I I'm interested in hearing his takes sometimes, but I'm not a fan either. Can agree on that at least.
any character put into the position of a final boss will by default have a worthwhile narrative send-off, an explosive fight on a mechanical level, or both, this begs the question: if we omit final bosses from the discussion, which fight would have the distinction of being the best in the series? Well, as the thumbnail would suggest, I would consider the Jima fight from Infinite Wealth to be the greatest non-final boss to date, and I'd even go so far as to call it worthy of sharing the number 1 spot with Gaiden's final boss in terms of the best bosses RGG has conceived, period.
Okay. But before he even gets into his reasoning, I just find that very disagreeable. Like I at one point I thought this fight was okay in terms of narrative, but my opinions on it, like most of Infinite Wealth, they just kept getting lower and lower the more I think about it. Like I'm actually at the point where I think this boss fight's kind of terrible narratively, or like just in terms of like how it treats like these pre-established characters. I think it does it really poorly. Yeah, I wouldn't even say this is like the best fight in Infinite Wealth. Like I think there's ones that like maybe aren't amazing either, but are more of a more decent like narrative foundation. I just kind of like I think this one's handled really badly. The Jima fight. Fair. I don't know niche ones to be honest, or well, not that many anyways. Oh yeah, yeah, it's fair. I spend a lot of time like watching Yakuza videos just to see if there's any decent ones, and I found a lot that I'm not a fan of. So yeah, I get not knowing some of like the smaller ones. Yeah, yeah.
The reasons for that are many, and we'll go through several of them over the course of this video. So before anything else, yes, this video will contain excessive spoilers for the mainline Yakuza games, leading up to and including Infinite Wealth itself, which is why I waited until that entry celebrated its 1-year anniversary before tackling a subject like this. While every hardcore fan may have known of the fight's existence through the trailers alone, today felt like the right time to properly break this door open for the wider community. So, join me as we go over what potentially makes the Jima fight RGG's magnum opus. While the prospect of fights
The boss looks pretty awesome, but that's fair. Yeah, I think in terms of presentation, it's pretty strong. I guess that's kind of surface level, but like the spectacle is pretty neat, and the soundtrack for it, Impregnable Triangle, that's a really good track. Yeah, it's a neat choice to have the sort of like the mix of like the real time combat, sort of. Like that there's some neat things about it I think make it like a decent spectacle. It's just the narrative of the fight that I really hate. I don't even think there's many big creators in such a niche fan base. Definitely not as niche as it was 10 years ago or earlier, but not mainstream either. Yeah, yeah, not like we're thinking like the biggest Yakuza creators, they're not even like too big. I guess the ones I'm thinking about are like like I'm wait, what's going on? The browser thing just stopped. Let me try refreshing. That's weird.
a design choice that's been
But all right. Let me just make sure. Okay. Where were we? I think yeah, like we're talking about Yakuza 4.
use of that
All
design
right.
premise. Yakuza 4 and 5 obviously had a number of examples of protagonist fights being prominently featured, but after that, the only genuine example of that premise was shown in Yakuza 7 and later Infinite Wealth. It was implemented brilliantly, with noteworthy
Wait, just talking about protagonist fights. Didn't they do that in 5? Like with a Kiryu and Saejima, but also in 6 you fight Akiyama. Wait, let me replay that because I'm if he's saying what I think he's saying, then he's just not right.
While the prospect of fighting legacy characters and even former protagonists of a given franchise is frequently met with universal praise, RGG has been pretty careful with their use of that design premise. Yakuza 4 and 5 obviously had a number of examples of protagonist fights being prominently featured, but after that, the only genuine example of that premise was shown in Yakuza 7 and later Infinite Wealth. It was
Yeah, no, you Kiryu and Saejima fight in 5, like and in 6 you do even though you don't control him, you do fight Akiyama, who is a previous protagonist. So yeah, I just don't think he's right about that. This might just been like a mistake, but yeah, I don't think that's accurate to say that they did it in 4 and they didn't do until 7. So 5 was a pretty rough game. Oh yeah, yeah. Like it's weird. I think it has like some really great highs. Like I like Kiryu's part and Shinada's part is like one of my favorite storylines in the series, but there's just a lot of really bad stuff in there, and it's just like the ultimate mixed bag. Like there's really great highs, but also some of the lowest lows in the series. That's one I really want to make a video about, because while I can have a lot to praise about like the Kiryu and Shinada parts, I also have like so many issues with like the other parts of the game. I think that'll be a really fun one to cover, but yeah, that's for another time, I guess.
Implemented brilliantly, with noteworthy difficulty spikes and immense respect to the legacy cast. So when the prospect of giving Kiryu another narrative conclusion post Yakuza 6 came about, one could have inferred that the Chapter 12 Jima fight could make a spiritual return one way or another. Coincidentally, Infinite Wealth's twist on the formula also took place in Chapter 12, and upped the ante by adding Daigo into the equation. Now, if we looked at the spectacle from the perspective of fan service alone, this would immediately become a beloved fight in the community. But the fact
Sorry, Akiyama was interesting to watch in 6 since he had hand-to-hand combat for the first time. Um, if you're just talking about like his gameplay, like the fight with him, he might be. Sorry, I don't remember that fight that well, or like the actual gameplay. I mostly just remember like the narrative context of it, which I really hated. So yeah, I can't really speak for that aspect. I don't remember that part of the game well enough. Uh, let me just rewind what not Snow, let me rewind to see what Goku said. Got distracted.
one way or another. Coincidentally, Infinite Wealth's twist on the formula also took place in Chapter 12, and upped the ante by adding Daigo into the equation.
I'd say 5 and 8 have two things in common. Bloat and the gameplay is the best part of both. I think 5 still has a lot more redeeming qualities though. Oh yeah, I've like so much to criticize about 5, but it is a way better game than Infinite Wealth. Like there's like there's like two entire like sections of Yakuza 5 that I think are like good slash great. And there's even like in the other parts, which I generally dislike, they still have some like really strong moments here and there. Like five is like five is a lot closer to being like a good story, while Infinite Wealth is kind of just broken on every level. I Akiyama sucked in 5 though, but true. Yeah, I agree. I don't like how he's handled in 5. Not only is just it's a lot more thin in terms of any like character development he's given compared to the other characters, but I just think I really don't like the whole thing with like Park and how he idolizes her, ignores any of her flaws, and just it basically marks the point of this story where you're not supposed to think critically of Park anymore. Or at least that's how like the story treats it. It's yeah, not a fan of his treatment either.
Now, if we looked at the spectacle from the perspective of fan service alone, this would immediately become a beloved fight in the community. But the fact RGG didn't give us stereotypical reasoning for the fight to occur is what started elevating its inception beyond mere fan service. In a stereotypical
I'd agree that it's more than mere fan service, but I think that like the narrative context for it is like really terrible. Like I think I would prefer like a generic fan service fight thing rather than what we got, because what we got was really bad. But I have to wait to see like sorry, I guess I should wait to see exactly what he says so I can actually like explain why. I just want to say like why I disagree off the bat.
anime setting, you'd usually have the old friends of a protagonist, quote unquote, test the strength of the new comrades, to see if they can be trusted with keeping the protagonist safe. But rather than going the safe route, RGG instead went with one that would fit the character arc of every major figure partaking in the fight. The build-up for the introductory scene is fairly simple. Kiryu seeks out the help of his three most trusted friends to lay the Yakuza life to rest, all the while telling them of his ongoing struggles with cancer. The reaction to this news is as believable as it is tragic. Majima alone knows that when Kiryu's mind is made up, there's no stopping him, meaning that the prospect of encouraging him to step down from this endeavor of ending the Yakuza would in itself be a wasted effort. Saejima too could see the weight of Kiryu's conviction from their interactions in Yakuza 4 and 5, resulting in a comparably calm display, whereas Daigo still clings onto the more emotional side of his personality. He and Kiryu do have a well-defined
Okay, yeah, I'm just pausing because there's gonna be something I really disagree with. But yeah, I think this is still like the point of like the scene where it isn't really bad. Like just like their reactions to like Kiryu like having cancer and like basically I was still willing to like go through with all of this despite like his condition. I've no problem with those reactions basically just because it's doesn't have that much to do with like my issues with the fight. Kiryu just sucked in this game, IMO. At least I gave him a cool jacket that he had in 5. Well, similar one anyway. Yeah, I really don't like what they do with him in Infinite Wealth. Just the way they try and like have him like develop as a person, like the character arcs they attempt are just really poorly handled. Not just like the really bad narrative context, but just the thing of like you never get the feeling that he really grows past any of his mistakes when he says like he keeps saying like, "Oh, I've realized the error of my ways," only to make the same mistake again. Like whether it's like putting himself in danger or him still having lost his will to live. Like he is his characterization is really repetitive in Infinite Wealth. It never feels like he significantly develops. Yet by the end, we're just supposed to believe that he's changed. Yeah, I did give him a cool jacket. I quite like his design in Infinite Wealth, with like the black shirt, the pants, and the like different sort of haircut than he had before. Like I do like that new design for him, but that's like the only thing I can grab onto and something I like with how Kiryu is used in this game. Okay, let's get to the thing I
resulting
don't
in a
agree
comparably
with.
calm display, whereas Daigo still clings onto the more emotional side of his personality. He and Kiryu do have a well-defined father-son dynamic going, so the fact that he was the most vocal about Kiryu's revelation before accepting the current state of affairs was an excellent writing choice.
Okay, no, like this is more a thing with 6, but they do not have a well-defined father-son relationship. Like I already think the thing with him, like Kiryu saying that he thinks of Daigo as a son in 6 is like pretty forced. It doesn't feel like it it feels like it doesn't line up with how they act in like previous games. I've always got the impression that they're like friends basically, like close friends. So to insert this thing about father-son dynamics to seemingly like tie into the central theme of the game, I always found that really forced, even though I liked most of it, what his message to Daigo was. Okay, but even, let's say you don't agree with me that Kiryu thinking that way makes sense with those, let's just say that makes sense, but this dynamic of theirs isn't developed. Like, I just don't, like, okay, so they introduce at like the end of the 6, they don't really flesh it out, but then the games after that, they don't really do anything with it either. Like it's just I don't know how you can say it's like a well-defined like dynamic when literally it's just Kiryu saying in one scene, I see you like Curious is in one scene, I think of you like a son, and the dynamic pretty much ends there. Like, I, I'm not sure you could argue that this is well defined, but of course he doesn't really talk about it in detail. Kind of just says it like as if everyone agrees that's the case.
Now, there were some people who interpreted the lack of tears or loud arguments during this specific exchange as being out of character, or that these three no longer cared about their old friend. But in the context of the franchise in its entirety, we can tell that couldn't be further from the truth. To paraphrase,
Um, yeah, I don't mind them like how they react to like specifically the news of Kiryu having cancer. That's not my problem with this scene. So yeah, I guess I agree. I don't know, it's pretty bland IMO, and if anything, it would be cool if they gave him an outfit where it represents him while still making him look different, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's probably like better outfits, like outfit choices. It's just like a more superficial thing I liked. And yeah, basically my only thing is like I like how it looks, and my opinions on it pretty much end there.
fellow content creator Froob, looking at the exchange that the Jimas had at the end of Yakuza 6, when they believed Kiryu was truly gone, they were ready to go to war with the Omi. Majima and his family had helped Kiryu out dozens of times in the franchise. Saejima, despite his comparably shorter history with him, still helped him out in resolving his personal conflict in Yakuza 5 as well. And Daigo's growth as a chairman and person can in many ways be attributed to the image he had of Kiryu, and the lessons he learned through the repeated clashes with him. These people still care for him, but are now in a state as dire as his own was through the years. We all
Okay, that this is a really weird argument because I agree that these examples are all proof that these people still like care about Kiryu, but those are from other games when hypothetically the person Goku would be arguing against is someone who thinks these characters are acting out of character in infinite wealth. Like it's weird saying like this thing makes sense in infinite wealth because how they act in like a completely different game. It doesn't make much sense to me. Yeah, I don't know. Weird point.
have our own emotional baggage to deal with, and this time, it seems that nearly everyone has hit rock bottom. In a similar vein, even their first reaction to Kiryu coming to visit them wasn't one of indifference, nor was it filled with standard happiness and cheer by contrast. The last time these four have met was during HQ was done.
Oh, sorry, it's lagging a bit. Just rewind a bit.
And cheer by contrast. The last time these four have met was during the dissolution 4 years ago, and Kiryu basically shrugged them off once the fight at the Omi HQ was done. So seeing Majima's furrowed brow during much of the encounter almost feels like caution towards Kiryu's appearance. He wants to be happy that his friend is back, but the fact that Kiryu is here means that he is more than likely there to ask for help, rather than to seek these three out in order to catch up. And even
I mean, I guess that expression would make sense with this interpretation, but it's just not something the game really explores beyond that. Like it's not that much more than a theory. Like it's one that could have made like this scene a lot more compelling, but like all you're really going off of is like he has a furrowed brow when in general the characters are looking like pretty serious, and we don't get any indication that like this is like Majima's this is what Majima's annoyed or displeased about. I don't know. It feels like a bit of a stretch to me. Yeah, I don't know about this.
And then, Majima specifically tries to cheer things up by offering drinks, even though this is as dark of a build up to their meet as one could have anticipated. Remember, not every expression of emotion needs to be over the top for the intended sentiment to connect with the audience. These guys are down, tired, and broken, despite their legacy status in the underworld, a status that at present time is bringing them nothing but pain and emptiness. It would appear that everyone turned their backs to Daigo's newfound firm merely 1 year after its formation, due to Ebina's meddling via Tatara painting said firm in a bad light. This valiant effort to offer the Yakuza a legitimate home was crushed, and so were the spirits of its figureheads, which led to them, ironically, taking
Yeah, and I don't think the game really justifies this. Like, it's like the same issue I had with like Luke Skywalker and The Last Jedi. I understand why what they went through could be like a big like why it could be like devastating and why would like they might I could see why this would have like an emotional effect on them, but it doesn't justify them completely turning their backs on the cause they were fighting for. Like these are people who've been established as like very like people who like persevere through great hardship. Like even when like their spirits are even when their spirits are lower, like we see in some other games, we never see them like give up. And like these are three people who have gone through a lot, yet they will still like keep fighting for their goals. Like these are very like perseverant people. Yeah, we're supposed to believe that after failing once, they would completely abandon the cause when like it's not even a thing where they genuinely think that leaving things alone will be that things will be perfectly good if they just leave things alone. Like they're aware that Ebina is very suspicious and that like that they're aware that Ebina is a suspicious person and that all of the Seryu Yakuza, they're basically like sorry how to say this. They know that Ebina is a suspicious person, yet they have no problem with leaving like the future of all ex Yakuza in his hands. Like the this is like just so like negligent and makes it seem like they don't really care about these people anymore when it just like completely goes against like their characters. Like kind of just brushes past it quickly, but yeah, it's just something that just doesn't make sense. Like this complete like character shift in order to make them like hermits, which is pretty like very like similar to like Luke from The Last Jedi now that I think of it. Just like a really like poor treatment of these characters in order to justify this new storyline for them.
Kiryu's way of dealing with hardship to heart and deciding to disappear themselves. By nature of them believing that this course of action was for the best, this allows for a natural escalation of tension, specifically thanks to Kiryu repeating Dejima's current cycle countless times by himself. On the surface, the premise of Kiryu expecting these three to
I mean, like yeah, it's I guess you could say it's similar to like what Kiryu has done. Some it's similar to like a common character flaw in Kiryu throughout the games. I just don't think it makes sense, like based on like their previous characterization and with how they executed it. It felt really off to me. I don't think the game earned this character shift.
drop everything to help him feels like another case of him shoving his own responsibility onto other people. But when you look into it, Kiryu is genuinely pushing himself to extremes in trying to stop the ongoing scheme while having his body fail him. Unlike many other
And it couldn't even I don't know if you can even really read it as like him pushing his responsibilities onto them. Like they're the disillusion is very much their responsibility. They just decided to run away from it for like very flimsy reasons. Like like yeah, like Goku's framing this as like this isn't really what happens, but I don't think you can even like read it that way with like the context. So, I don't know.
For instances in the series, he is trying to take responsibility here. And for once, the people closest to him are the ones who need to be snapped out of their pity party. The line that likely ticked Kiryu off more than anything else in this preamble was Daigo saying even death had its appeal while facing this hardship. He even brought Kazama into the conversation by pointing out how Kiryu idolizing him brought him immeasurable pain through the years. Imagine seeing the people who stood by you while you were at your most selfish, the people who brought you back from the brink over and over again, now throw in the towel as well. You wouldn't let that happen. You owe it to them to snap.
Okay, I mean, yeah, it's like I get Kiryu being angry, even if I think the way he handled the situation was also very poor. I just don't think it makes sense that the Jimas are at this emotional state based on what we know about them.
Snapped him out of it, regardless of any external reasons that could also paint the act as a greater good for the Yakuza at large. This is why Kiryu's abrupt delivery here felt justified. When he just said, "You guys can keep rotting away, coming here was a mistake." Right here is where the full nuance of the encounter finally comes on display. From the way I phrased the analysis leading up to this point, you may think I'll simply act as a Kiryu apologist and state how the Jimas were in the wrong in their assertions. But truth be told, they weren't. The reason why this encounter
I I think they're both in the wrong just for like different reasons. Like the Jimas like well, maybe like not in the wrong in the way he's talking about it, but I mean just like why this scene is just so fucked in terms of both of their motivations. Like the Jimas shouldn't be at this point where they've completely abandoned the cause they've been fighting for, especially when they clearly don't seem to trust Ebina. And then Kiryu, like, he does like a very poor job at actually addressing like why what they did was bad or like why unlike previous characters in previous games where he actually tries to make them see the error of their ways, Kiryu kind of just insults and provokes them into fighting him. Like, and even afterwards, I don't think he really gets to like the core issue of why the Jimas are wrong. And then, God, there's so much wrong with this. Then, like, there's also the fact that he doesn't bring up that Ebina's controlling Tadara, meaning that the person that they already don't trust is responsible for their first disillusion attempt failing. Like, that would be like an even better reason for why what they're doing is wrong, why they shouldn't give up on the cause. And Kiryu just doesn't bring it up. Like, either we're supposed to accept that they already know this, and in that case, it's just even worse their negligence, or we're supposed to believe that Kiryu didn't tell them, in which case he's extremely stupid, like not saying the one thing that could easily convince them and actually trying to make them realize why what they're doing is wrong. Like, it's just hopefully understand why I think this scene is like kind of terrible. Like, just the motivations on both sides are just completely terrible. Just like doesn't make sense with either of their all it feels like all the major players are acting out of character basically in order to allow for this boss fight.
is so meaningful is that everyone has a genuine point behind the reasons that led them to fight here. As I've said before, Majima had helped Kiryu out numerous times. Beyond their friendly rival dynamic, he had his family help protect Kamurocho after Kiryu begged him to return to the dojo. He saved Kiryu from the invasion in front of Tamiya's office in Yakuza 3 and held down the fort yet again as Kiryu started running his orphanage. And despite their distance in Yakuza 4 through 6, one that allowed the writers to build Majima's relationship with Saejima, from the interaction Majima had with Kiryu in Yakuza 7 and especially in Gaiden, you can tell that this is a person who'd still help you out immediately if it was within their might. someone that still sees you as that lovable rival from years ago. So seeing these insults and a cutting of ties be directed at Majima yet again was bound to make him react emotionally. Looking at Saejima, on the other hand,
Yeah, like I don't have a problem with Majima acting like emotionally to this, like getting angry at Kiryu. Like yeah, like that's fine. It's just like the context of like why either of these characters are in this situation that's why I think this fight is really bad in terms of writing.
his reasons for the fight are a bit different. His reasons for joining in feel like an act of camaraderie, rather than a way of resolving highly personal issues with Kiryu. But even then, he too would have his reasons to oppose Kiryu's request. At this point, Saejima spent more of his life in prison than outside of it, with him having spent 25 years in for the Ueno hit, leading into Yakuza 4, to his self-imposed sentence between 2010 and 2012, leading into Yakuza 5, and again going to prison for the majority of Yakuza 6. The first time he was allowed to experience freedom for an extended period of time was during the events leading into Yakuza 7, and once that game's events began, he had to help out in the dissolution of the Tojo as a whole. The titular Saejima family is essentially mere window dressing, so even from a bare-bones observation, denying Saejima the option to finally live his life as he chooses would in and of itself be enough for him to react, because at least
I He's not denying his right to live as a free man. He just wants his help for he just wants them to help Sawashiro for the second disillusion. Like it's not we don't get any indication that this is anything further than he wants their help so Sawashiro can carry this out. Like once again, I feel like you're just like really like stretching this, like inserting aspects of the story that aren't actually there in order to make it sound better. Like I just off the bat, not a great job at explaining why these characters, why while their motivations are sound. Goku making this sound like the greatest story ever. Wonder what his thoughts on Pirate's story. Yeah, so he remember having this issue with some of the other videos I've seen from him where I feel like he there's a lot of like stretching, like sort of like inserting meaning into certain plot points of these games that aren't really there, or just like making plot points seem better than they are. Just yeah, and this I think was just like one of the more like frustrating ones. Just acting like all these characters, like all of their motivations are sound, and now makes for like a really amazing fight when it's just not. Like for all the reasons I've listed, it's just like a very poorly motivated scene.
his incarcerations were the result of his own actions and decisions, misguided though they may have been. Lastly, Daigo's
8 and Pirate Yakuza are two worst stories in the franchise to me. Yeah, 8. I'm tempted to say 8 is the worst just because the sheer messiness of the plot. I think it might dwarf all of the other games. Like, I I really hate Yakuza 6, but I don't even know if I'd say that's the worst. Just yeah, and Pirate Yakuza I haven't played that so I can't speak for it. 8 story is just mediocre. Pirates is actually bad. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with 8's being mediocre. I I was at the point where I thought that, but now I really think it's kind of just like broken on every level. Just like the reasons why things happen in the plot, the way they develop characters new and old, the really poor implementation of fan service. Like, I think you've got like one of like the worst endings in the series, if not the worst. Just the complete, so much rushed payoff, so much unresolved loose ends. Just, I think it's really bad. Like, I don't, there's stories from like other pieces of media I hate more, but I think Infinite Wealth is quite bad. I'd recommend checking out my Infinite Wealth video if you want to know like some of my reasons for why I think it's really bad, although I still do need to make like another video where I basically go over like all the issues I didn't mention, which is like dwarfed that previous video in length. So it's probably going to be like a total of like 2 hours of me talking about why I don't like Infinite Wealth's writing. But yeah, Pirate has zero substance to the story of the game. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty like lame. Probably not gonna play it. W plug. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess like a plug, but also I don't want to like just like list out all the reasons why I think it's a bad story. I just think it'd be a bit more convenience for everyone if I just say like, here's the video where I explain most of my core issues. You check that out if you feel like it, basically.
Motivation for a fight is likely the most evident, given that he was the first to lash out at Kiryu's choice of words. The position of being the sixth chairman was essentially forced onto him, even though he would later find his own reasons to lead the Tojo clan and do his best to keep it going during increasingly difficult times for the Yakuza. He accepted Kiryu's request in Yakuza 2, which also led to him doing his best to keep Kiryu's orphanage safe from the result deal in Yakuza 3. But then, looking at their subsequent appearances and the way this dynamic would evolve, we would steadily see more and more tension being built up. Daigo was pushed into a desperate situation in Yakuza 4, making poor, though well-meaning decisions, and he lashed out at Kiryu for confronting him about it. Once we thought things calmed down, Daigo kindly asked Kiryu for his help in Yakuza 5, only to be rejected in an exceptionally cold manner. This makes the events of Yakuza 6.
Yeah, that's fair. You just keep talking about already established takes. Yeah, pretty much. I, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm always down for the opportunity to, yeah, I'm always down for the opportunity to complain about Infinite Wealth. I just don't want to go over like every issue every time. I want to explain why I think it's really bad. I think it's just yeah, very convenient. I can just reference that video, which I would make like one change to it and would add like a bunch of other issues I didn't mention, which is like the point of the second video. But yeah, I can basically just reference like one video I pretty much mostly stand by. So it's pretty convenient.
Feel like both the best and worst thing that could have happened for their relationship. Because while Kiryu did admit to his many faults, Daigo was led to believe that he would never get to show his growth to his father figure, as Kiryu had presumably passed away. And once it finally felt like things were at last looking up for everyone in Gaiden, Kiryu yet again left, leading to this moment of condemning them all for their actions in Infinite Wealth. This breaking point had to happen, even though everyone present had already clashed with one another in the past.
I mean, I don't know, like I imagine they might be a bit sad about like the thing in Gaiden where they can't really hang out with him again. Now he has to go back into hiding. But like I don't know how much that plays into this fight. Like all these like plot points you're mentioning from previous games, it could make like solid motivations for this fight, like especially the aspect of Kiryu keeps running away from his problems. Now he's condemning these people for doing the same thing. That's like a much more solid foundation for this fight. I just don't think that's really what we get. Like these are all like good ideas, but the fight itself feels like its narrative isn't as connected to all of these, and I think it's like very poorly handled.
The disparity of the situation meant that they couldn't afford to be indirect or passive-aggressive anymore. Time was running out, and all of the dormant issues that weren't resolved in past physical conflicts exploded to the surface as a result. Now, even with my previous
Yeah, I just don't agree that this is like the culmination of their previous like any like frustration they would have with like Kiryu in previous games. Like that doesn't this doesn't really feel like a culmination of that, just like a really like poorly handled subplot that they establish in this game, and that's what they base the fight around. Like this is like less of a stretch than some of the previous points, but I still don't feel like it's accurate, and I still don't feel like Goku's references really justify this argument.
Explanations of Kiryu's views on the matter, it might still feel like the Jimas were quote unquote more in the right here than the Dragon of Dojima, but again, there's more to these expressions of motivation than meets the eye. Looking at Kiryu's personal development over time, it almost feels like he has deluded himself into feeling immortal, prior to realizing he had cancer at present time. He has cheated death so many times, between the explosion of the Millennium
I delude himself into thinking he's immortal. I don't think that's ever been a thing of his character. Like, I guess you could say, like, he's reckless in a sense, tries to take on his problems alone, regardless of, like, how much danger that puts himself in. I don't know where this thing about deluding himself into thinking he's immortal comes from. That just feels like another big leap. I don't know about that.
Tower in Yakuza 1, the bomb threat in Yakuza 2, being stabbed by Hamazaki in Yakuza 3, bleeding out in the snow in Yakuza 5, and symbolically declaring his death in Yakuza 6, only to have him still be alive, essentially haunting his old stomping grounds and friends, like his own legacy has haunted him for this long. However, as Infinite Wealth marches closer to its conclusion, Kiryu moves further and further away from this delusion of immortality that his martyrdom once allowed for, because he
I, I there's a greater element of him like acknowledging his mortality, but I feel like it just comes across as him like realizing his mortality as he's about to die. Like it doesn't really seem like he's gone from like thinking he's immortal to realizing that he's mortal, like Goku is framing it. I just don't it feels like a very big leap once again.
now had to accept that even for him, time was finally running out. Kiryu is literally at death's door, with more certainty than ever before, but he's still fighting to make a difference. So seeing his friends give up like he did before would naturally infuriate him. And despite his hypocrisy in terms of talking about running away from responsibility, he is correct in stating that the Jimas started this disillusioned business. He may have helped them out briefly during the Omi feast, at the behest of the Watase family paying the Daidoji, but Daigo, Majima, and Saejima were the lead architects of this plan, alongside Watase himself. Their initial plan, indeed,
Surprised you dislike 6. My problem with is how rushed it feels, but I feel like it has a lot of redeeming qualities, and the boss themes are quite nice. Um, I guess that's like one thing I have, like how like rushed it feels. Like, especially as far as like the story goes. I just like yeah, I don't want to go into a tangent about 6, but yeah, I really hate like the characterization of like the new characters, like ranging from like bland to really bad. I don't like how it treats like recurring characters from the previous games, like writing them like inconsistently in order to justify the new narrative. Just there's a lot of like really like insane contrivances, like bad plot twists, just characters making really dumb decisions that they wouldn't make. I just like yeah, I kind of just like dislike almost everything about Six's story. Like there's like some good elements that I like, but as a whole I don't. I I'm not a fan. The if by boss themes, if you mean like the music, then yeah, I like a lot of Six's music. But if you're talking about like the themes of like like the game of like the story, I there's some good ones. There's some that I'm not a fan of that I found rushed or like feel at odds with what actually happens in the story. I just yeah, yeah. There's a reason like I've been working on like a super long like Yakuza 6 critique just cuz there's so many issues I have with that game's story that I just can feel like hard to know where to start just like saying like why I think it's bad. So, yeah. I guess you could watch my 6 video, but I feel like a lot of my feelings on it have well no. There's certain points I would word better. There's a lot of things I missed, but I guess that's sort of like a general explanation why I don't like that game's story. Even like it's a bit more bare bones than what I'm planning on my next analysis of 6 being.
Indeed, failed, and the outcome of that failure was proving to be infinitely worse than the aftermath of Yakuza 6 or 7 seemed to be. Ironic as it may sound, if there's anyone who should call out a failing like this and confront people about evading responsibility, it should be the person who did it the most in the series. Him saying that they still have a job to do
I don't saying the person who's like does it the most is the person who should be lecturing them about it. I don't know about that. The reasoning seems kind of flimsy, especially since he hasn't really grown past it at this point. Like in the game, like it's kind of hmm. I don't really get the reasoning behind this, and he doesn't really explain it, so I don't know. It surprised me to see 8 rehashing stuff from 6 when that game isn't very liked by the community, like the final long battle for one. Um, I mean, that's kind of like I guess it's kind of similar, like a final boss fight where you're storming the Millennium Tower, but it isn't that like I wouldn't like think of like 6 specifically, 'cause I mean, technically, like you also do that in 7, like going up all the way up the Millennium Tower, except you might stop off at a lower floor than Infinite Wealth. I don't quite remember, but yeah, I guess it's kind of. I don't know if I'd say it's like that similar, but yeah, it does feel like Infinite Wealth kind of just has like a lot of things, or it feels like it does like a lot of things to like pander to the fans. Like I feel like even if like 6 wasn't well received, I feel like having like this cool final battle where you storm the Millennium Tower, I feel like that's probably going to be like pretty well received, even if the writing is bad. So yeah, I guess that's what I thought about the final battle specifically, but I normally think more about like the narrative context or the whole confrontation with Ebina, with like my issues with that sequence.
despite their ceaseless complaining, might as well be seen as both a reaffirmation of his own drive to himself, as well as an honest attempt at trying to get his friends to snap out of their pity cycle. They've done the same for
Um, I don't know. I feel like if Kiryu, if he genuinely wanted to like help them like realize their errors and like grow from them, I feel like he did it really poorly. Like for one thing, like he outright says that like he just wanted one last fight, admitting that like he was partially trying to like provoke these people into fighting him, which is just like very selfish and kind of just like shitty. Just like a lame thing to do to these people who are your friends, but also, like I said, like I mentioned earlier, he doesn't mention how Ebina's controlling Tadara, which would give them even less of a reason to do nothing. And he doesn't really address the core issue of how they understand that like the future of ex Yakuza is uncertain in Ebina's hands, yet they still decide to do nothing. Like there's sort of like that like core issue that it doesn't feel like Kiryu properly addresses. Like sorry, but yeah, there's just like some like really like I don't like I feel like the Jimas are really out of character, but I also feel like Kiryu is with how he tries to quote unquote like how he convinces them to rejoin the cause basically.
For him, so again, he owes them that much, even if the surface level view of this exchange may leave him looking more selfish in his reasoning than he was. And so,
I mean, wanting to do a big reason for him wanting to provoke them is so they can have one last fight. That's like that's pretty selfish. Like I don't know, I not as selfish as he seems. Like okay, even if there's like I said, there's things that he doesn't really go into, which could be make it more effective to convincing them to change their ways, and the fact that like one of the reasons I want to provoke them into having one last fight, it kind of makes it seem like he's prioritizing like his selfish desire over actually helping his friends. Like, I still think he's pretty selfish, even if that isn't his defining thing in this sequence.
with all of the pent up frustration, sadness, and regret being allowed to explode to the surface, these four lifelong comrades would deal with it the only way they know how, the way they communicated for as long as they've known one another, with a clash of fists and ideals. Given that we've gone
I'm I'm not against the idea of fighting over like a clash of ideals. Like there's a lot of fights in this series that do that really well. Like while I don't like Yakuza 6, I actually quite like the first fight with Somaya and Kiryu and how that's sort of like that's like a clash of their ideals. I think that's like a good example of like characters like differing viewpoints and how they're sort of like how this leads to like a physical confrontation between them. And there's like a lot of other examples in this series. But this one, it just has like zero foundation in how any of these characters would act. It just has all of them acting inconsistently in order to justify it. So I think it's like a really like bad example of trying to do the settling their differences through fighting.
over the narrative value of the fight, we can now move on to the intricacies of the fight on a mechanical level. The G
Okay, now the mechanics. I don't remember having as much to say about this. I might skip ahead if it seems like I won't have like much to say about it, but I'll watch like a bit of it. I guess like the main thing is to sort of focus on like his arguments about the writing. So like there isn't like as much to say about like the gameplay. Like from what I remember, it isn't like too substantive, like nothing super like insightful, just nothing that I really disagreed with. So let's just watch a bit of it, see how it goes.
Imas will be at level 42 during your normal difficulty run and level 90 on your legend run. So while the spike may not be as terrifying as the one from Yakuza 7, you will definitely still feel it. That aside, I do have to say that the choice of the area where we fight and the accompanying OST is probably the greatest choice RGG could have gone with. In classic JRPG fashion, this place looks like you're fighting at the edge of the world, and the fact Kiryu saw a steady emergence of snow as he drew closer to the destination would not only deepen the atmosphere of the upcoming encounter, but would also be a great parallel to the symbolism from the end of Yakuza 5, where our hero witnesses snowfall while steadily approaching death's door. Meanwhile, the OST called
Yeah, I guess like the visuals suit the fight atmospherically. Like I don't have a problem with the presentation.
impregnable triangle is easily among the most unique in all of RGG's catalog. They may have used string arrangements in their music several times before, but this song in particular thrives off this neoclassical feel you'd only expect to hear in games like Symphony of the Night or Harmony of Despair. It's the best way of, essentially, transposing the legacy of this trio into an auditory form, having it feel dark and foreboding, yet somehow have it be beautifully ethereal at the same time. Now, going into the more cinematic aspects of the fight, it's evident that the most anticipated elements of Yakuza's boss fights would be their dynamic intros and QTEs, so the fact that this fight doesn't have a particularly flashy intro might feel like a disservice to its magnitude. But from my perspective, between the setting, OST, and emotional build-up from the exchange preceding this fight, as well as the cast's collective development over the years, having something overtly eye-catching in the intro would honestly feel redundant.
I mean, I don't know if like I guess like having like a dynamic intro would be less flashy, but I don't know. I don't even know if I really agree with people who say like that gives like a fight less impact. Like I don't. It's kind of a weird point to make. Like the main thing I think of is like Kuwana's I think second fight in Lost Judgment. Like there's no dynamic intros or QTEs. It's just like a regular fight with like an absolutely like incredible soundtrack in the background. Like it's a lot more like simple, but it's like all you really need just for like the emotional impact of this confrontation. Like I don't think you really need these like flashy things to sell like the emotional weight of a fight basically. I guess like it's hard to argue when he's kind of just talking when we're kind of just talking about spectacle, but I don't think you really need that to make like a fight like impactful, I guess, from like a emotion like you don't really need that to make a fight like emotionally like impactful. I don't know. I guess like it seems like Goku like doesn't agree with that either. It's just like I've never seen anyone take that position, but if they did, that's a weird thing to say.
And plus, it's not like this fight would lack cinematic value overall. The mid-battle QTE features every party member partake in the clash, perfectly paralleling the Jimas reawakening their lust for combat, with Kiryu slowly growing weaker, needing to be supported by his newfound party. Also, given that this is the first turn-based boss fight I'm deconstructing in a dedicated video, this allows for a different overview of the toolset our opponents utilize than I've done up to now. Since I couldn't find a comprehensive list of the skills the Jimas would use online, I thought I'd feature one here to give more context to the subject matter. Over the course of my time with this fight, I've experienced the following moves. Majima has 4 offensive tools, 3 of which are blade attacks with an electric property, those being the Rising Slash and Spin Kick Slash rush combos, as well as the Tornado Slash, i.e. the Spin to Win move from Kiwami 2. His last outright attack is the Cruelty Kick blunt attack. He also has a status skill called Doppelganger.
Yeah, sorry if I'm not having much to say about this. Just like I guess this is accurate. He's just not making that much points right now. Mostly just appealing to like I guess like spectacle or how like certain things represent like the tone of the fight or characters. Like it's just there isn't much I strongly disagree with. There just isn't much to talk about basically. Like I guess in that sense like I don't gives me a bit of a break, but yeah, sorry that I don't have like too much to say about this.
Which functions as you'd expect, considering his fight in Yakuza 7, and obviously the final fight in Yakuza 5 that introduced the ability in the first place. Majima's final skills include 2 buffs, which are Hanya's Spirit, increasing his evasion, and Hanya's Fury, which heals him back to 100%, leading into a one-on-one fight with him. Moving on to Saejima, he's the only one of the Jimas that doesn't start the fight by buffing himself. instead relying on a defensive stance for much of the fight. His offensive skills include 4 blunt attacks called Double Backhand, Rush Combo, which is the classic combo from Yakuza 4 and 5, Braining Smash, which
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe I should just skip this. Like, there just isn't really much to talk about. Like, yeah, I guess what you're saying is right, but just remember even when like I watched the video, I was thinking if I respond to it, I wouldn't really have anything to say about this part. So yeah, I think maybe I'll just skip to the next part, which I did have like some issues with, so hopefully it'll be more interesting.
once the fight actually concludes, once everyone aired out their many grievances, Kiryu asks his friends point blank, "What are you so afraid of? Is it the fear of dragging more people down with you, or the fear of failure itself?" Whatever the case may be, they still owe it to themselves to try and make things better. Like I've said before, Kiryu himself could have thrown in the towel the moment he was diagnosed with cancer, but he still kept pushing forward, perhaps pushing himself too far, like he tends to do in the series, but within the context of the last 4 games specifically, this time round, he had every right to do so. In Yakuza 5, he learned a number of important life lessons.
Wait, sorry, is in the right to do what? Let me check that again.
Itself. Whatever the case may be, they still owe it to themselves to try and make things better. Like I've said before, Kiryu himself could have thrown in the towel the moment he was diagnosed with cancer, but he still kept pushing forward, perhaps pushing himself too far, like he tends to do in the series, but within the context of the last 4 games specifically, this time round, he had every right to do so. In Yakuza 5,
Okay, I guess he's about to explain it. Never mind.
he learned a number of important life lessons, and 2 in particular were integral for this fight's resolution. The first lesson was that the most important thing in life was living on your own terms, and the second was that a person wasn't alone in their struggles, because they had their friends. These 3 weren't alone, because they stuck by one another through everything, and even Kiryu himself, with all of his incessant bickering, keeps coming back to their aid, and expressing genuine joy when he gets to reconnect with them. In his own words, perhaps all he wanted was one last fight with them. While Kiryu may
Okay, so you acknowledge one of the main reasons is that I want one last fight. You're still trying to make it seem like he isn't like insanely selfish for the way he acted. Like, even if it isn't the only reason, I think it's very important to consider when like talking about the issues with his motivations. Like, he kind of just like throws that out there and doesn't address the issue with it. Sorry. Just bumping the video.
have been too harsh in reminding the Jimas of the lessons they all learned through their camaraderie, the aftermath of this clash still helped them work out some knots that they had with one another for over a decade. So in the end,
I they didn't really do that. Like I mentioned, like any attempts or po any like possibilities or like potential they had to explore like their previous their relationships in the previous games and how there might be any animosity between them. They don't really do that. Instead, having this really like forced conflict where neither of them are acting as they should. Like they didn't really work anything out, especially like I feel like they should kind of just be like more frustrated with Kiryu with how he was acting. Like, I don't know.
and Kiryu's last words to his friends no longer needed to be rooted in the venting of frustration or projecting. Instead, they were a sincere and honorable request for help from a fellow Yakuza, as well as an honest farewell coming from their longest lasting companion. It may have left the Jimas and us as
Hmm. I feel like I already gone over why Kiryu's just being like a really kind of just an asshole during this sequence. I don't know if I want to repeat it. Just Yeah, it doesn't seem very like you're trying to frame him as being like very like sincere and stuff, when I just feel like he's kind of just a jerk. I don't know. Like he's a bit nicer, I guess, after they fight, but I don't think that excuses how he was just acting before it and did like very important things that he could bring up but just inexplicably doesn't.
As observers, feeling empty for a while, but the ultimate payoff for this would make it all feel worthwhile. As we already know, Majima, Saejima, and Daigo would of course help Kiryu in the end, allowing for a mechanical climax of the support mechanic that Infinite Wealth introduced. It would give us closure on the Omi feast by having us fight the figureheads we first fought back in Yakuza 7 and Gaiden, and as far as the legend difficulty of this fight goes in particular, this is the only instance of a fight in the critical path where you're fighting level 99 opponents. Add to that the beautifully titled OST.
Okay, they're really high level, I guess. That makes it more important. I don't like. I'm just like, okay. I don't really know what to say about that. And just saying like this sequence makes it all worth it. I don't know. I still have like a lot of I still think all the issues with the initial fight remains, but they don't even do much with this team up narratively. Like they're kind of just like cool with Kiryu. They aren't like Kiryu doesn't apologize for being an asshole, and they don't really seem to have a problem with how he was acting before. Like they kind of just gotten over it. They're on good terms now, and they're all fighting. Like it's just this is like the generic fan service thing we were talking about, like wanting all these characters to team up for this epic fight, but with just like really poor narrative build up, or just feeling like it feels like fan service at the cost of telling a good story, basically.
The 4, and you have everything I could have ever wished for from a Tojo Clan resolution arc. Our boys are
I mean, the music is really good, but like the fight still is like kind of a nothing burger narratively.
back together, and this moment they shared will stay with me until the end of the franchise. So, thank you, IGG Studio. With all of that said,
So yeah, that's it. That's what makes all of that previous build up worth it, I guess. Just he doesn't even really say much about it. Just like I don't there just isn't much to talk about really. Like he just says like this makes it all worth it and talks about some kind of superficial things, honestly, like oh, they're teaming up, that there's level 99 enemies, the music is good, but just much less like it felt like he was going like a lot more in depth when it came to the first fight, like the Jima's fight in chapter 12, but now he's kind of just a lot more like vague superficial praises of this fight, which makes it hard to understand how this like is such a great payoff that it makes all the build up worth it.
this is why I believe this fight to be so amazing. While I may have my issues with Infinite Wealth, their treatment of the Jimas was masterful, making this chapter
Why did you have to say no? It's actually like terrible, like how they're characterized from like what we know of the previous games. Like maybe it's not like as big of like character assassination as someone like say Luke Skywalker, but I there's a reason why I made this comparison, just like a very like poorly motivated reason for making the character like completely abandon their main motivation and just it, it's just like a terrible handling of like these characters who are like well established from the previous games. I calling it masterful is actually insane, especially when you haven't really you've done kind not a great job at actually justifying why any of it is good. Like it's a lot of like reaching. You don't mention some very important details that I think make the fight worse. Just you haven't justified this claim that that the handling of these characters is masterful.
Chapter 12 fight, in my opinion, the greatest turn-based fight of the franchise thus far, and the shared number 1 spot for the best fight of the franchise, alongside Shishido Kosei.
I it's annoying because like Yakuza 7 exists and there's so many like fights there that are like pretty strong narratively. Like even like Infinite Wealth, while I think the story sucks, like there's still like fights that are like better narratively than this because at least like it doesn't rely on all of the main players acting completely out of character or all like the various contrivances that led up to it. Just it's not even the best boss fight in Infinite Wealth, let alone the turn-based fights in general from the series.
I could have written hundreds of more words going over the specifics of the final collaborative effort at the Millennium Tower, or done a full-on musical deconstruction for Impregnable Triangle.
I feel like you should have explained why this Millennium Tower sequence is so good because you say like this is the payoff that makes it all worth it. Sorry, you say like this is the payoff that makes it all worth it, and it seems like you're about to explain like why, but then you don't really go into much detail, and now you're saying like, oh, I could go into hundreds of words for why it's actually great. I mean, for one thing, I feel like I don't see why you wouldn't add that, just like a couple more minutes to strengthen your arguments, like explaining why this thing is good. Especially when you're sort of like, you sort of made it seem like, at least from like a viewer perspective, that you were just about to talk about it. Yeah, it's just kind of jarring from a viewer perspective. I do wish you would have talked about it. Like, even if like I probably disagree with the reasoning, I'd at least like to hear why you feel this way. So, yeah, that's a bit disappointing.
But for the time being, I believe this is more than enough to show why I adore this boss fight and the characters this much. With that, I would also like to have this video serve as the beginning of more extensive Infinite Wealth coverage moving forward, given that myself
Oh, okay. I know this isn't specifically related to like the video, but like this fight scene. But God, I can't get over how bad like the choreography is for this cutscene. Like it, it. Oh, sorry, I rewinded it. But yeah, just like the way it has like characters like teleporting in and out of existence. Just like it. Like when you first see, it, you think like, oh, it looks really cool. But like once you realize like these things, like it's hard to ignore. Like look, like if you
serve as the
pay
beginning of
carefully
more
attention, you
extensive
see
Infinite
like
Wealth coverage moving.
this guy just like appears out of nowhere. You can even see like his shadow just suddenly appears on the floor and like where exactly was he running from? Like there was no one in the background here. And like there's just like a wall and a cabinet behind him. I don't see how he got there. It's just like there's a few things here, just like really like clumsy choreography. I imagine that's just like a thing of like rush development, but it's just like once you notice, it looks like really clunky. Not a fan. Like, cause like the actual like animations, I guess, of like their movements and stuff, those look good. And like I said, like the four is like a really good track, but just the way those characters teleporting in and out of existence, or like I think we see like they like phase through an object. Like,
moving forward, given that my
let's
self-imposed spoiler
see.
time frame for it has finally passed. Let me know
Yeah, I'm like pretty confident that guy just like fell through that shelf onto the floor. Yeah. Sorry, I guess this isn't about Gokudoni. I just reminded me of like how like silly the choreography of this fight is. I just had to mention it. But anyway, let's see what he was saying, even though I think this is just the conclusion.
Video serve as the beginning of more extensive Infinite Wealth coverage moving forward, given that my self-imposed spoiler time frame for it has finally passed. Let me know what other topics you would like to see me cover on the channel, and what you thought about the Jima fight in this game. Thank you so much for
Hmm. I mean, if this is what I can expect for your other Infinite Wealth videos, I don't know if I'm that interested in them, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I guess that's the video.
watching, and I look forward to seeing you again. So, until next time, take care of yourselves, and have a great day. Cheers!
That was wow, that was not very good. I was originally thinking of like making like a proper like scripted response video, but I think I realized after a point it might just not be worth the effort. There's just like there's large sections of the video where there just like isn't much substance, but then like when he actually does make arguments, they're like really bizarre. Like it's like not a good video. It's kind of bad actually. I'm really not a fan of it. But yeah, I guess that's the first video I was planning on covering because like I said, I don't want to talk about another creator called Moth Otaku Defined. I don't know how you pronounce that. I guess just call them Otaku. I don't know. Maybe they'll say it during the video and I can know how to pronounce it. I just have no idea. But yeah, basically, sorry, what I want to say is that like I've got recommended like this channel's videos a couple times, like basically defending like aspects of infinite wealth, or like explanation videos basically. Like I don't even really know like what to expect from them, just that they defend like really like aspects of infinite wealth I consider really bad, but also that they're like 10-ish minutes long each, so I don't even know if they're gonna make like that much strong points. I just thought I might as well check them out, like give my thoughts, and I will start out just doing like one or two, see if they're that interesting to talk about. If not, I might just like cut it off there. Um, but yeah, I guess I'm on to the next video, which is called Why Chitose's Redemption Arc is Better Than You Think. And then in like the thumbnail it says Chitose should be forgiven. Um I just find it funny because I think her redemption arc is like pretty terrible. Like both like the explanation of like why she was going along with any of this, and like the game kind of just makes her seem like a really like awful person. You were supposed to believe that like the game, there's like a noticeable lack of like scrutiny towards Chitose and how like much of a shitty person she is. It almost feels like just because Ichiban is absurdly forgiving of her, we should just feel the same way. And yeah, and the worst thing is just like supposedly her arc is about taking accountability, but the game ends with her not only facing no consequences for owning up to her actions, but even gets rewarded for them. Like it's such like a poorly handled redemption arc. I don't know how anyone could think it's good, but Well, I guess we're gonna see like one person's reasoning for that. Sorry, watch together like usual is being weird. I just need to get the video up. Okay. Let's see. The browser. There's a recommendation thing. Guess it's just a thing we'd watch together. I don't know. I'll close that. But yeah, without the yeah, sorry. With that out of the way, I guess we'll just get started with this video, see how it goes.
Chitose, no, that's where they are. Are you for real? Fujinomiya Chitose is the
Uh okay, wait, the audio's let me turn up the audio, but it's a bit quieter than I thought. Well, it does seem like something I agree with at least. Let's see. Oh wait, is that too loud? I guess it's just like the opening thing. After that's kind of quiet. Why isn't it? There we go.
Chitose, no, that's where they are. Are you for real? Fujinomiya
Yeah, that's a quick thing, but yeah, what an insanely stupid thing of her to do, going in the same direction where Eiji and the Barracuda are. Like, I get like, okay, you want to take Lonnie away from the tear gas. I don't think that's worth like literally like handing her over to Eiji on a silver platter. Like, literally just like I don't know, like cover her, tell her to like close her eyes or whatever you're doing, go downstairs and back into like the club. Like there's like no good reason to run up to Eiji. Like it's just an insanely stupid thing of her to do. And like it even feels like they lampshade it where Eiji is like, hey, you're going the wrong way. But like it doesn't make sense for Chitose to do that. Just a really it's a brief moment, but one that's just idiotic.
Chitose is the fire that started the story of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Because if it weren't for her VTuber persona as Hisoka Tatara, then we wouldn't get the best acting in a video game.
Yeah, unless the scumbag. I'm pissing myself over here. That might is not safe.
And ever since
I mean, I don't even know if that's totally true. Well, I guess saying like, I guess we're getting like pedantic a little bit, but like, Ichiban was kind of gonna go to Hawaii anyway, regardless of Tadara's influence. Like Sawashiro was gonna send him there to. Well, wait, actually, was that? Actually, I need to check. Like, this isn't that important, but like, wait, actually, maybe. Sorry. Yeah, actually, I don't remember if like Ichiban would have gone to Hawaii if it wasn't for Tadara. I mean, I guess S- Sawashiro did kind of go along with this plan of like Ebina and Eiji. So yeah, actually, I think that might be right. Saying like she's kind of responsible. I know this doesn't actually matter to like the video. I'm just thinking how how accurate that is.
her reveal as Tatara and her part in the smear campaign against Ichiban, Kiryu, Daigo, Majima, Saejima, heck, lists all of the former Yakuza involved in the Great Dissolution, a lot of fans seem to think that her redemption felt weak, and that she got off way too easy. But that's just
Yeah, pretty much. That yeah, it's about how I describe it. Like very weak redemption. She gets off way too easy. Just a really lame redemption arc, basically.
not the case. In fact, Chitose revealing reached Japan's terrible nuclear waste management plan, Bryce as the false prophet of Palekana, and herself as Tatara is a sacrifice heavier than a cargo ship. Chitose wasn't forgiven.
I realistically, revealing what Bryce and Palekana were doing, like the nuclear waste, that's not as much of a sacrifice. It's just a, a net positive, which doesn't really affect herself. But revealing her identity, I guess you could say that's a sacrifice that would realistically have consequences. But the story we get doesn't have any consequences for it.
Too easily, and her redemption arc is better than we think. Speaking of being forgiven, I can
Okay. Okay. This should be interesting. Like I said, I think this arc is actually like terrible. So wonder what Otaku is going to say about it. And wait, is this an ad?
can't really forgive myself for trying to run games on my old laptop. It's like any minute now and it will explode just trying to load Palworld.
Oh, it's an
But
ad.
thankfully, I can now run games safer and better on my old
Okay.
laptop. That is thanks to today's sponsor. Introducing Booster.
I guess I'll just skip it, like, cause like I'm here to talk about your video, not the sponsor, really.
こんなバカ初めて見た。
あ、どうした？
Alright, so let's first talk about what Chitose actually
Yeah, I don't like the audio balancing. Like the audio of like the game is like feels like a bit louder than the really kind of quiet voiceover. Maybe it's just because like I'm experiencing this as someone who's like trying to balance it with the stream audio. It doesn't seem very good balancing to me.
did, and it makes sense as to why she can't be forgiven too easily. Chitose kicked up the story of Infinite Wealth as Tatara the VTuber who spread misinformation, or also known as Clickbaiter's Payday. Tatara's smear campaign didn't just create content for people to watch while seated on the toilet, it ruined the lives of many, such as Ichiban's peaceful retreat as a Hello Work employee got destroyed, Adachi's security company went under, Daigo, Majima, and Saejima's company, and also thousands of ex-Yakuza lost their livelihood. Even Kiryu, whose identity was hidden by the Daidoji faction, was revealed. Thankfully, Kiryu's friends are boomers so they don't know that he
Yeah, she does a lot of harm through her actions. Yeah, pretty much like this is accurate so far. But just wondering how we're gonna justify like she should be forgiven for all of this.
is alive. Kaoru, for the love of Cupid, check your damn phone. So obviously, Chitose can be redeemed with a single act on the finale, where she revealed AG, Ebina, and Bryce's plan. But actually, it wasn't even that simple. First, let's remember how Chitose became the VTuber expose expert. Chitose belongs to a wealthy family known as the Fujinomiya Group that specializes in logistics. Troubled and pressured by her responsibility as the sole heiress, she found her refuge in streaming, building herself an eightfold fence where she can enjoy life and talk to a handful of people. It was a small stream, but a stream that she treasures deeply. One day she got fed up with what her father tried to do, covering up an incident where their cargo ship sank, killing all the people inside. With the guilty crime weighing down on her conscience, she made an expose about it. Sadly, the video Chitose made didn't take off, probably because she made terrible thumbnails like me. But AG, who got a whip on a full top
Damn. I mean, not gonna lie, I'm not really a fan of this person's thumbnails from what I've seen. I don't know, it just seemed kind of like clickbaity to the point where like even if they actually made like good arguments, I personally I wouldn't be interested in clicking on them. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Tatara expose offered his help to Chitose. Then they relaunched a new Tatara, equipped with a better script to expose the evil that takes advantage of others. The Fujinomiya group got hit by this expose and was regarded as one of their biggest PR nightmare. For now. With it, Chitose saw Tatara as the voice for the voiceless. But AG turned this whole partnership into his own puppet, which launched a barrage of smear campaigns against former Yakuza, which of course hit our boys Daigo, Majima, and Sejima, which forced their security company to go under, leaving them chilling in the mountains. The smear campaign didn't stop and led to the story of infinite wealth. But Chitose, prior to the events of the story, wanted to get out of Age's deal. But, well, she got blackmailed. Now, Age's blackmail against Chitose is bigger than what the story led us to believe. Ag exposing Chitose as Tatara leads
Bigger than what it led us to believe. Isn't that kind of a problem if the story doesn't properly explain the extent of it in terms of character motivations? It's a strange thing to say, but I guess we have to see exactly how they substantiate it.
to various dangerous effects. One is Chitosa's safety. No doubt that former Yakuza will want her head on the platter. I mean, just look at how they went for AG in the finale. Second is
I what what? Former Yakuza's hand plat. I'm not. What are you? What? I I thought the only thing like to threaten like Chitose is basically just AG just mentioned Ebina, saying like he uses connection to Ebina to threaten her basically. I don't know what this is coming from, saying like all these people would want Chitose's head. I mean, cause like I don't. I'm really confused. Let's rewind that.
us to believe. AG exposing Chitose as Tatara leads to various dangerous effects. One is Chitosa's safety. No doubt that former Yakuza will want her head on the platter. I mean, just look at how they went for AG in the finale. Second is public scrutiny.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, like ex Yakuza would want, but that's like it feels like app. That doesn't feel like it's like part of like what was being used to threaten her. Is mostly Ebina, like was the thing to threaten her. But like my main issue with the thing, like okay, you threaten her with Ebina. That's enough to make her work with him. That would make sense if maybe she led like a peaceful life. She didn't really fight people, or like what she wasn't really like a capable fighter, but like she repeatedly goes up against like powerful criminal organizations in this game. Like she fights the Barracuda, the Ganju, the Palekana cult, Yamai Syndicate. Like she fights all these like menacing, powerful criminal groups where like there's a very good risk of her dying. So why is it like she shows no fear in these situations, but with Eiji and Ebina, she's just so terrified that she would completely go along with it? That doesn't make any sense.
VTuber or any anonymous content creators who got exposed are always vulnerable to a lot of cyberbullying, especially since Tatara focuses on that type of content. Her fans, knowing that she is the daughter of a wealthy group that is engaged with the shipment scandal, will be a prime target for a lot of internet drama. However,
I I still feel like these use like, oh, she would be more like vulnerable to bullying. That still doesn't feel like a good reason to justify what she does. Like, okay, maybe if you're just saying like this makes sense for a character, but this person actually seems to be justifying why they deserve redemption, basically. And this is just like, this doesn't paint them in a good light. I don't.
her fans
Yeah, like bullying. Like, yeah, that would suck, but like you're ruining like so many people's lives like by doing what you're doing. Like that's not, that being like the main reasoning would be like even worse. The only thing you can really go to is that she was scared of Eiji and Ebina, but like that feels flimsy with her lack of fear going up against other powerful criminals. Like it's just it doesn't make any sense.
Fans, knowing that she is the daughter of a wealthy group that is engaged with the shipment scandal, will be a prime target for a lot of internet drama. However, none of these two threats come close to the third one, because it's not just about revealing Chitose's identity as Tatara, but it also destroys the Fujinomiya group. Chitose is the heiress, and it won't
Oh, I mean, destroys the Fujinomiya group, except apparently they're like perfectly fine after this scandal, and she can just go to being their chairman and their chairwoman, and everything's just fine. Like, I don't know. Like, we should be seeing consequences towards like the Fujinomiya company, but once again, that's not really what we get. So, yeah, not a very big sacrifice there.
be easy, especially for their shareholders, knowing that the company will be led by a troubled personality. Most companies would remove these types of
And wait, wasn't like Chitose was already doing things to like lower their reputation. Why is that? Almost makes it sound like she wouldn't want them to like the company to be ruined. I don't. What?
people in any corporate positions as it stains their PR. Not to mention the whole PR nightmare of a daughter exposing their own crimes. Now, in reality, there have been companies that went under because of their CEOs. For example, we
Can
have
you
World
rewind? I'm just very confused.
because it's not just about revealing Chitose's identity as Tatara, but it also destroys the Fujinomiya group. Chitose is the heiress, and it won't be easy, especially for their shareholders, knowing that the company will be led by a troubled personality. Most
I. What? I. So you're saying like, oh, okay, like there'll be some difficulty for her because of what she did, like even if she working as like saying there's difficulty even if she works for like this company, there'll still be hardships. That like still feels like she gets off way too easy. She's rewarded with like ownership of a company basically, or like chairwoman position, and we get no indication of the characters saying like, oh, this is going to be hard for her. They praise her for doing this, but they don't really give any explanation for why this would be hard. Like, it's very difficult to portray it as anything but a net positive for her based on what information the game gives us.
companies would remove these types of people in any corporate positions as it stains their PR. Not to mention the whole PR nightmare of a daughter exposing their own crimes. Now, in reality, there have been companies that went under because of their CEOs. For example, we have WorldCom, who was once one of the largest telecommunications companies in the world before it filed for bankruptcy in 2002. Their CEO, Bernard Evers, was found guilty of orchestrating a massive accounting fraud which led to the company's downfall. Then we also have Enron Corporation with their complex web of fraudulent accounting practices and
I okay, the video crashed. Like, what am I even supposed to say about this? Like, oh, these companies have suffered and like because of things with their CNO, they got shut down because of their CEOs. Like, okay, what is that? What does this have to do with Chitose deserving redemption? Like, I don't know. I'll just refresh the video.
to help AG spy on them, and of course, still Lani. The worst of it all,
Oh,
Chitasa's action led to the
sorry.
death of Tu and Hanawa, while the Palikana found her refuge in building herself.
Let me. How do my full screen isn't working? Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Bear with me for a moment. Uh, okay, pause video. Sorry, I don't know why this is going on. Like, I guess this isn't as bad as like OBS not capturing audio, but yeah, this is just a problem I've been having with them watch together. Uh, I think I might just like make a new room, see how that goes. Um, okay. That there. Okay, made the new room. I just need to find the links for the videos again. Bear with me for a moment. Okay. Okay. Let me think that's working. No, the full screen isn't. Okay, give me a second. Um, okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Hopefully it's working now. We'll see how it goes. Where was I? Okay, yeah, just like rambling about companies shutting down because of their CEOs.
Telecommunications companies in the world before it filed for bankruptcy in 2002. Their CEO, Bernard Evers, was found guilty of orchestrating a massive accounting fraud, which led to the company's downfall. Then we also have Enron Corporation with their complex web of fraudulent accounting practices and unethical behavior throughout the organization with their CEO, Jeffrey Skilling, at the helm. Skilling, of course, was sentenced to 24 years in prison for his role in the scandal. Chito-sen knows how big Eiji's threat is. That's why Chitose unwillingly became the devil's favorite puppet. So with this, can we just forgive?
I don't. Yeah, this is kind of annoying. Where do I even start? Like, this whole thing about, like, oh, it's because it'll cause issues for the company. I don't see why that would be an issue for her when she was, like, making efforts to, like, make things harder for them or, like, revealing, like, scandals of theirs with the Tadara. So, yeah, it's a weird thing. Like, and even like the idea like oh it would make things like harder for her working in this position, like one, that's not in the game. We get no indication that this would happen. Her becoming the chairwoman, it's framed as like an almost completely like positive thing. Like even when the characters say like oh she took on like a big, it's like huge responsibility, we still don't get any indication of any like actual issues she would face, despite her realistically she should have faced a lot of consequences for what she's done. She gets off pretty easily with this chairwoman position. But then, like, the whole thing with, like, blackmailing her safety, I've mentioned why that's, like, flimsy because she's never shown this fear when going up against all these other powerful criminals. So why is Ebina any different? Especially since since she doesn't even like know him personally, AG basically just mentions who he is. Meaning like it wouldn't make as much sense to have like this like really like personal like trauma or fear of him when she doesn't even know who he is or hasn't met him. Not know he is, hasn't even like met him or really had any personal experiences with him. Okay, rewind a bit.
Chitose knows how big Eiji's threat is. That's why Chitose unwillingly became the devil's favorite puppet. So with this, can we just forgive her? No. Chitose's actions, although orchestrated by another, are still her own to take responsibility for. Stripping Ichiban and leaving him nude on the beach, luring Ichigan into the Barracuda, posing as a member of Ichiban's party to help Eiji spy on them, and of course, still Lani. The worst of it all, Chitose's action led to the death of Wong-Tu and Hanawa, while the Palikana kidnaps Lani. But all of this
So you acknowledge like she's done a lot of shitty things that are completely her fault, yet she still deserves to be redeemed and forgiven? Like what are you what what's going on here?
actions doesn't make Chitose an irredeemable character, especially since she
Uh Maybe not completely above redemption, but she's a pretty awful person and the game doesn't do the legwork to actually like redeem her. Like it pretends like it's redeemed her, but it really hasn't when you actually think about like the reasons for why she's doing any of this, like just how the lack of consequences for her actions. I just like the lack of acknowledgement, like okay, they focus on this thing with her, but not all the other awful things. Like yeah, like leaving Ichiban naked on a beach is a big thing. Like it's pretty like regardless of how the game tries to frame it, that's a pretty like awful thing that at the time the game doesn't take that seriously or just plays off as a joke.
decided to own up for her actions by finally standing up against her puppeteer. And that's the reason why Chitose's redemption arc is better than we think. Chitose's redemption
You say that like you've actually explained any of this. Like okay, she owns up for her actions. That's just completely like I said, there's still like certain things where she's just let off like scot free without scrutiny, like leaving Ichiban naked on the beach, like and also like I said, the complete lack of consequences, being rewarded with a chairwoman position of this big company. Like these are I suppose you frame it like, oh, she redeemed herself. When we actually think about it, there's just none of that in the actual game. Like it's the facade of a redemption arc, but the writers didn't actually do the legwork to have her grow as a person. Or like or face like the fallout of her actions in a realistic in a face the fallout of her actions in like a way that's consistent with the narrative. Like nothing about this arc works. It's just terrible. It's terrible.
arc is all about her facing the potential threats that I mentioned caused by Eiji if Eiji reveals her identity as Tatara. If Tatara's identity gets revealed as Chitose, then surely former Yakuza will be her headhunters. Still, Chitose
That's not the game doesn't really what that maybe that would happen, but the game doesn't really confirm it. It seems the main thing that scared her was Ebina or an Eiji. The game's very clear about that, those being her reasons. It doesn't talk about like her being worried about, oh, all the ex-Yakuza who will be after her. Like, and like I said, she's gone up against multiple criminal organizations. Why is she this scared of the Yakuza? That like she'll completely crumble and do anything Eiji wants. Like I feel like that's like a vital detail a lot of people ignore when saying like, oh, it's justified because she was blackmailed. Like the safe, like Ichi like threatened her safety, so it's justified when she's repeatedly put herself in like very dangerous situations and stayed confident during said situations. Like it doesn't make sense that this would be enough to frighten her and enough to make her a hostage or enough to blackmail her into going along with all of this.
Chose to help Ichiban save Lani and put herself in more danger. I honestly thought that she was going to be hospitalized or die in the scene where Eiji-kun hit her head trying to rescue Lani. Chitose revealing herself as Tatara in the
Wait, put yourself in more danger. I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess she kind of was like trying to take on this thing alone. But I do think like a big part of that danger, like you mentioned earlier, is just her acting stupid, like going towards Eiji when she had no reason to, which is like the reason like Lonnie gets kidnapped again. Like just yeah, I don't know. But even then, I feel like okay, she puts herself in danger. I still don't feel like that enough like redeems her for what she's done. Like okay, she's done a good thing. That alone doesn't mean she's redeemed herself as a person.
finale opens herself to public scrutiny. Nevertheless, she willingly did this in order to stop Eiji from producing any more smear campaign videos.
Okay, I mean, first off, you don't even mention like the plot issues, like how uh, okay, she regains control of Tadara like for like no clear reason. Like why didn't she do this earlier when like it caused Eiji to cause even more harm? Like even like after like she stopped working for Eiji and he found a replacement, why didn't she log in then and like stop him from doing any more of this? Like she could have prevented like even more harm being caused, but she didn't. And then how does she have like perfect Wi-Fi connection at like the bottom of this when she's like below sea level on this isolated island which is isolated by their enemies? Like how did she get at even if this place has Wi-Fi in like the one room that Bryce wants to keep hidden, like how did she get access to their Wi-Fi? Like it's just these are two major things of how she was able to do this and they make zero sense. But then thing like oh she opened herself up to scrutiny and like taking accountability, but then she doesn't face any consequences. Like I think that's very important to mention. Like sorry. Yeah, that's like very important to mention. Like she faces no consequences. She even gets rewarded because like getting like chairwoman position of a company, especially like the one who's like it's even worse because like she repeatedly exposed the Fujinomiya company, like and now they're just fine with letting her like become chairwoman. Like we're just they were already on bad terms like before she started Tadara. And now that we learned that she's intentionally sabotaged them, that they would just let her become chairwoman, that's just that easy. It's just complete nonsense. You're ignoring so much in order to make this sound better than it is.
Establishing herself as the rightful owner of the Tatara channel. Chitose revealing her father and the Fujinomiya's group involvement in the shipment of the nuclear waste and Ebenezer men to the Nele Island sails a hard nail to the coffin of their company. I mean, who would want to do business with a group that caused an international crisis? And with that, Chitose stepping in as the head of the Fujinomiya group does not mean that she now gets to run her family's business and enjoy generational wealth. She's now going to go
Okay, wait. Sorry, let me just check something in the stream. Okay, the audio's still working. I just want to make sure about that. I wasn't paying full attention. Let me rewind, make sure I'm getting everything.
And with that, Chitose stepping in as the head of the Fujinomiya Group does not mean that she now gets to run her family's business and enjoy generational wealth. She's now going to
I mean, it does. Like, it's a big company. She's the chairwoman. It's a pretty, like, good life to have. Like, especially when the other option is just facing all the consequences of her actions. Like, yeah, it's trying to frame it as like this is like some sacrifice or like her like oh boo hoo she gets rewarded with like this high ranking position at this massive company and is gonna live like the rest of her life in comfort. Like oh no, poor Chitose. Like so stupid.
go over hell and beyond just to fix all of these negative PRs. She's not inheriting a wealthy company. If anything, she's inheriting the massive lawsuits that the company will be receiving. Chitose knew
I mean, once again, the game doesn't give any indication that's like the company's actually suffering from this, and like still, like okay, there's gonna be issues. She's still the chairwoman of a massive company. Like that's it, even if she faces like some hardships, you really have to like. I think it's disingenuous to frame this as anything other than rewarding her. Like this is a reward based on like the alternative of what actually should have happened.
all of the risk, and she paid the price to finally cut the strings that made her sing and dance in the tune of revenge that Eiji and Ebina composed. Chitose finally chose to stand up against the looming threats and face them head on. With all of this, I believe that Chitose's redemption arc is beautifully handled by RGG Studio, writing Chitose as a character who is known for exposing others, but concluding with her as the most vulnerable of them all. But how about you? Did you guys like Chitosa's character arc? Do you think she got off easy? Well, let me know in the comments below. A character I know who won't get
Man, what a terrible video. Like just like okay, like despite being like only like 10 minutes, there's still like a decent amount of like bloat. Like I feel like you could have cut out the whole thing about companies getting shut down because of their CEOs, but like just makes like terrible points, repeatedly ignores like context from this game. Like it's not even just saying like oh like what Chitose not even saying that like all of this makes sense, but that like Chitose should be forgiven. Like that she deserves that she's redeemed herself basically when you just haven't done anything to justify that claim.
redeem no matter what he tries to do is Bryce Fairchild. And that's because this guy is a textbook cult leader and is more dangerous than you think. Check this video out. Like and subscribe to Otaku Define for more Yakuza content. This is Math, and stay awesome, my dudes.
Okay, their name is Math. All right. Yeah, just a terrible video. I knew it wasn't gonna be. It's gonna be hard to justify this like Chitose's arc actually being good, but yeah, this was just terrible. Yeah, really bad video. Although I do still think we have time for maybe a one or two more since that didn't take too long. It's only been like 2 hours since I started, so yeah, it's gonna be like one of my shorter streams for sure. But yeah, I guess we'll move on to the next video from this wonderful channel. This time it's called Kiryu's ending in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth explained. Okay, this one I'm curious how they're gonna justify it, because, like, not only are they my issues with Kiryu's arc, how it feels like he takes a complete 180 when he wasn't really showing any, like, significant growth throughout the game, but then there's just the massive plot issues, like the complete lack of explanation for why he can use his name and see his family again despite the Daidoji. It's besides being a terrible ending, there's just like so much that isn't explained. So I'm more curious how was it Moth? I think so. Let's just say Moth. How they're gonna justify it. Okay, but I'm just gonna pull up the video. Okay, yeah, let's get back to it.
フルネームで教えていただけますか。桐生一馬だ。
Wait, what? That's it? Alright, so what exactly is
And yeah, that's like the reasonable reaction since it doesn't make any sense. But I guess they're gonna try and explain it. Wait, does this have ads? I thought. Let's see. I don't think there
Wait,
should be ads
and
for this.
what is up with the Daidoji faction? Before Dragon, wait, and that being Kiryu Kazuma, the dragon,
Huh, I
specifically
guess.
by Haruka and Haruto,
I guess
are
not.
seen
All right.
visiting
I was
Kiryu.
worried for a second. That would be a bit annoying, but
フルネームで教え
no, I guess we're fine.
Wait, what? That's it? Alright, so what exactly is the ending for Kiryu and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth? And what is the whole deal with the Daidoji faction? Now, regarding the ending or the post-credit scene, Haruka and Haruto visits Kiryu in the hospital but found an empty room. Haruto then asked, "Where is Grandpa?" And Haruka just answered with optimism that Kiryu will eventually show up. Kiryu then is being wheeled down for his daily checkup and looks like cancer has him beat. The doctor then asks for his name, to which he now replies, Kiryu. Now, this ending got a lot of people disappointed, since Kiryu wasn't able to reunite with Haruka and Haruto. So,
Oh no. I really hope that isn't the only thing they're gonna argue against, because that's just such a lame, like, okay, yeah, I guess, sure, like, it's fine to be, like, unsatisfied by that, but, like, there's, like, way bigger issues with this besides, like, oh, they couldn't see each other again. Like, the story that this ending is built upon is just fundamentally broken. Like, yeah, I really hope this isn't the only angle they're gonna take and actually address the fundamental issues.
why did Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth ended this way? And what is up with the Daidoji faction? Before that though, please Tiger drop that like and subscribe.
Okay, I guess they will talk about the Daidoji, but I'm a bit concerned if they're not actually gonna talk about the issues or focus on like less important issues.
Button if you think that Kiryu and Haruka should have reunited by the end. Join Otaku
Okay. No, I'm not gonna do that.
to find for more Like a Dragon content. So, the gist of the ending is that Kiryu made 3 important choices. The first choice that he made is him finally seeking a way to recover from his cancer. Second is him reclaiming his name as Kiryu Kazuma. The third one is his efforts in leaving the Daidoji faction to finally reunite with his friends and family. Now, all of these sound cool, but there is one major problem, and that is the Daidoji faction. A little recap on Yakuza 6. Kiryu's fake death was created to bury a secret that the Daidoji faction has been guarding since World War II, which means that Kiryu is not allowed to interact with any of his friends and family, especially those who know the gravity of the name Kiryu Kazuma, the Dragon of Dojima, except for Date-san who was in on the deal. But throughout the story of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, the whole quest titled Memoirs of a Dragon, specifically the life link, we see Date-san trying to reconnect Kiryu with his old buddies, from the Onomichi boys to Akiyama who felt left out, and to an extent, Haruka and Haruto, which of course angered the Daidoji faction, so the organization decided to beat up Date-san and threaten Kiryu and his family. Because of this, Kiryu entered a new deal with the Daidoji faction, one of which where he will never interact with any of the party involved with the mission on Hawaii, and even Date-san. But
Yeah. It already didn't make sense, but with the context of like this scene, it makes even less sense. He can just go back to normal, like none of this ever happened.
there's a problem here. This whole life link thing felt disconnected from the main story, since it has already been leaked to the public that Kiryu Kazuma is alive, as revealed by Tatara. It is difficult to imagine for someone like Kaoru to not know of the whole news that Kiryu Kazuma is alive and is trying to revive the Tojo clan. So this thing was a mess. But
Okay, they acknowledge the issue, but like concerned about where they're gonna go.
it's this type of mess that precisely led to that post-credit scene. Kiryu's fake death is now known to the public, to an extent where even the Daidoji faction could no longer spin the story and hide the truth. Everyone knows that Kiryu Kazuma is alive, and that's why Haruka and Haruto are seen visiting Kiryu in the hospital. And that is precisely the kicker as to why Kiryu was able to make those three choices. Now let's look at how Kiryu was able to make those options. First, why is Kiryu trying to recover from his cancer? Given the fact that the top doctors of the Daidoji faction told him that it's too late for him to recover and he only has 6 months to live. Simply put, Kiryu has regained his will to live. 7 years, working for the Daidoji faction like a dog on the leash who is not allowed to interact outside, spiraled Kiryu into depression. This line from Kiryu when he revealed that he has cancer to Ichiban says it all. Before coming home to Japan, Kiryu's mind was focused on the mission to save Akane and a 10-year-old girl named Lani. Kiryu was pushing himself to death just to complete this mission, as far as saying that his death will free everyone he loves from the burden that he has caused. Kiryu
Okay, you're describing all these things. I don't have much to say yet. I'm just waiting to see how this explains his ending in Infinite Wealth.
for the last few years sees himself as a curse that only brings misfortunes to others. But the memoirs of the dragon help Kiryu to see his life in a new perspective. Instead of seeing himself as a man who brings calamity, he is instead graced by how grateful the people are because of him. Kiryu was reminded that these people were inspired by his actions, such as on how the Stardust Duo was motivated by Kiryu's tenacity, on how Taichi grew up as a man who will protect the weak, on how Shizuko now has the courage to face her fear, on how Kaoru remains faithful to those she loves. These people who Kiryu have helped throughout the Yakuza series are now unknowingly helping Kiryu regain his mental fortitude. And even
Okay, like, but it isn't really like a coherent arc. Like, sure, like we see him like I guess like happy about like emotional how he's influenced these people positively, and but my main issue is that it never feels like he really like develops. He's just he's in a constant state of saying like I've given up on all of this. Occasionally, like when these moments happen, he's like, oh, maybe I'll change my mind. But it's also like indecisive and never feels like there's any significant progression with his emotional state, which is why him regaining his will to live feels so out of left field. Like, yeah, it's just. Hmm, I don't know.
In the main story of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, this is what Kiryu is reminded of. And this was even his gift that he bestowed on Majima, Daigo, and Saejima when they too lose their will to fight. But you might be asking, alright, sure, Kiryu is now willing to live again. That's great. But the Daidoji faction's medical team has stated
I haven't really explained that. It's kind of like. Excuse me. It's kind of just like a weak justification. Like, oh, he got to see how he influenced all these people. That made him want to live again. Ignoring the context of how his arc actually progresses, like, not only is this all like this is like mostly optional content you're talking about. Like, the only mandatory one is the one with Taichi, but even then, there's never like. I mean, it's hard to do like definitive growth when like optional sub stories that can be played in any order, but there's just no real growth from him where he really like changes where he really changes about how where he regains his will to live. Like the game the game plays like lip service to him like realizing the error of his ways, yet he constantly makes like the same mistakes. He still seems willing to throw his life away. Like, just the the idea of it is nice, like confronting his past, like both like the negative consequences of his actions, but also like the positive ones, and willing to and become willing to accept them both. But that's just not what we get. Like, he's just like constantly indecisive, but then at the end he decides, oh, I want to live again.
that there is no hope for Kiryu to recover from his cancer. Well, again, the whole point of this is for Kiryu to regain his will to live again. It wasn't about curing his cancer. The whole narrative is more focused on whether or not Kiryu will just let cancer be the end of him. And in the end, we see the dragon of Dojima mastering his will to fight another impossibility.
Okay, yeah, I guess I agree. Like, it isn't really about like, okay, even if there's like slim chances I'll actually recover from this, the point is that it's about him deciding that he wants to keep on fighting rather than fully like just like completely losing his will to live. He's at least gonna try to keep on living, even if it ends up being futile. Like, yeah, I get it. That's the idea of the arc, but I feel like you're giving like I still feel like you're giving it a lot more credit and like ignoring all the issues with it in order to make it sound better.
Now, to make this optimistic, there actually have been studies correlating a patient's mental health to their improvement in overall medical condition with regards to cancer. So the important thing here is that Kiryu finally chose to live again. Whether he survives
I don't think you even need to pull out like statistics about how this might help him recover. Just the idea that like it's about regaining his will to live, that's the most important thing. Like, I agree. I don't think you even need to mention that in order to justify this. Or, I mean, justify that this is like the idea of the arc, not that it's executed well.
or not, will be left as a story that will be told in a future Like a Dragon game. Now, up
Oh yeah, future like a dragon game. Even though this is very clearly treated as like the definitive ending. Well, maybe not. It's a game that like has like so much finality when it comes to like the ending of Kiryu's story, yet it ends with like a to be continued, basically. Like, I I feel like it's already an issue just like how unable like RGG is to let go of him, or even like this is supposed to be like the big ending, yet it still doesn't feel like an ending and that like they're gonna keep on going. Like it's just it just feels at odds with like what the game is meant to be, but how it actually feels. Like yeah, it's just yeah. Really, really bad ending. For well, it isn't even just like Kiryu. There's just like so much unresolved plot points at the end of Infinite Wealth, but because like oh they'll get continued in another game that supposedly justifies it, even though it leaves like most things unresolved, but also the writing these cliffhangers are built upon is terrible. So like I don't think we should be giving this much leeway just because some future game might make it slightly less bad.
The second choice that he made was reclaiming his identity as Kiryu Kazuma. This heavily implied in his reply to the doctor as well as his registered name in the hospital. Taichi Suzuki or even Joryu are now dead. Kiryu Kazuma lives again. So, how exactly can Kiryu use this name, given that he is supposed to be dead? Well, the boat has already sailed on that one, since again it has been publicly leaked that Kiryu Kazuma is alive. And this is a story that
My god. No, like okay, like the Daidoji they don't treat this as seriously as they should, like oh it got leaked that everyone knows him. And they let him off too easy for that, okay, but that still doesn't mean that their contract is ended, that they're just fine with him going back to life as going back to his old life like nothing happens. Like even if they're like way too lenient about what Kiryu got himself into, we get no indication that they would go this far. Like, okay, just forget about the deal. Just go back to your regular life. It's fine. Like we get no indication of this, and like the problem is that like okay, so if you think the way we're supposed to take away is okay, it's too far gone, he's already revealed his identity. Why aren't the Daidoji punishing him for breaking their contract and potentially revealing like incriminating information about uh Minoru Daidoji, like the guy from Yakuza 6? That's the whole point of this deal, to keep that secret from the world. Like if we're taking this the way you are, that like oh like everyone already knows he's alive, it's fine that he can do this, then you're basically admitting that the Daidoji have gone against the fundamental thing of their motivation. So you're just making the story, you're trying to make it make more sense, but you're just making it sound terrible.
even the Daidoji faction can no longer hide. There's no point for Kiryu to keep using a fake alias, and there's no point for the Daidoji faction to pretend that Kiryu is dead. But
I okay, even if this is like bad for them, that's still like I mean, yeah, it's just like I mentioned, like they should be punishing him for this, but they don't. So like but that doesn't justify them like completely disregarding the deal they established. Like okay, they weren't able to hide that he's alive. At the very least, they don't want him going back to his old life because of the secrets he holds. I
what happens to the deal between Kiryu and the faction? Now that everyone knows that Kiryu is alive, does it mean that Haruka and the others will now be threatened by the organization?
They should be, like as Gaiden established. Like yeah, it's not just like we get no indication that the Daidoji are just fine with this, and like, Kiryu should be putting all his loved ones in danger by doing this, but apparently it's just fine. Like, once again, like this whole thing about okay, the Daidoji are actually fine with him completely revealing his identity, going back to his regular life. You're basically just writing the game for, you're doing the writer's job for them. You're inserting events that didn't happen, just assuming that they did in order to make it better. Like there's like so many flaws, like stories that you could justify so many terribly written stories by saying like, oh, this extremely important explanation happened off screen. It explains everything and it totally happened. You just didn't see it. Like it's just you're not viewing the story on its own merits. You're making stuff up in order to make it sound better.
Well, not exactly. If the Daidoji faction intended to harm Haruka and keep hiding Kiryu from them, then why did they allow Haruka and Haruto to casually visit Kiryu in the hospital?
Oh no, you're not. Okay, now you're just appealing to like, oh, it makes sense because that's what happened, not like it makes sense because of pre-established information. Like, you do understand, you could literally justify anything by saying like, hey, this thing doesn't make sense, but it's what happened, so it does make sense. Like, you're. God, where do I even start with this? Like, the whole point, like what people are arguing, is that this doesn't make sense based on pre-established information. But now you're pulling to the idea that like just because that's what happened in the story, it automatically makes sense. And like, what's even the point of this video in your argument? You could just say, oh, it's what happened, so it makes sense. Like, just a completely warped view of like storytelling, and it kind of just invalidates the point of your video. Like, I just can't believe you're actually appealing to this after trying to argue for this ending being well executed.
Knowing the faction, they could have done something already, such as covering Kiryu's tracks and moving him away into another secluded area where he can get treatment for his cancer.
Once again, none of this is shown in the game. You're doing the writer's job for them, making up all this stuff that was never established. Like, not to say that the writer should spell everything out, like, they should show like some respect to the viewer to like to figure out some things themselves, but there's just so much that doesn't make sense, and you're just making up like entire scenes in order to explain all of it.
But obviously, that is not what happened, and even Haruka was able to read Kiryu's name registered in the hospital room.
Wait, so it's not what happened. Are you? Oh, okay, okay. I need to replay that. What?
Treatment hospital. Knowing the faction, they could have done some hiding Kiryu from them, then why did they allow Haruka and Haruto to casually visit Kiryu in the hospital? Knowing the faction, they could have done something already, such as covering Kiryu's tracks and moving him away into another secluded area where he can get treatment for his cancer. But obviously, that is not what happened, and even
Okay, so you acknowledge that you're just making things up. Okay. What do you? What do I even say about this? I don't know. It's so. This is like way more bizarre than the last one, where it's just completely undermining the point of their video. I'm so confused, honestly.
and Haruka was able to read Kiryu's name registered in the hospital room. There is no point in trying to hide a fact that is now known by the public. So, does this mean that the Daidoji faction will now let go of Kiryu? Well, again, not exactly. The Daidoji faction is not inherently evil, nor is it an omnipotent organization. We even saw how much leeway the organization gave to complete the mission on Hawaii, such as
No, it doesn't make sense that they would be as like unprepared as they were. Like, okay. While we can acknowledge that, no, like, while it's reasonable that, like, oh, they're less powerful in a different country with a smaller group of Daidoji, like, that doesn't justify, like, their incompetence, like, how unprepared they are for an ambush, especially when it's established that they still have some surveillance ability. I. I don't think this is a good thing to appeal to. Like, oh, the organization is flawed. But, like, these flaws just don't make any sense.
letting Ichiban and his party be in the know of the whole organization. And we also saw their flaws.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't make sense that they would do that either. Just letting random people in on this. Like,
Gave to complete the mission on Hawaii, such as letting Ichiban and his party be in the know of the whole organization. And we also saw their flaws, such as failing to see through Eiji. So, how
I. It's a flaw, but it's, like I said, it's one that doesn't make sense. You can't just justify anything by saying, oh, they're flawed. That this is a intentional no. You can't just justify anything by saying, oh, they're supposed to be flawed. It's a flaw that contradicts pre-established information about them. Like, the Daidoji was already really inconsistent from Gaiden, but this is just completely at odds with. And no, it just contradicts infinite wealth. Like, we see that they have some surveillance abilities. That's how they knew about Kiryu's run-in with the Barracuda. Like, they're still capable of some amount of surveillance, yet they were completely unprepared for an ambush. But also, doesn't make sense why they couldn't look into Chitose or Eiji's backstories. Like, unless we're supposed to believe they're like completely cut off from Japan, like, why couldn't we're given like no reason for why they couldn't look into their pasts? Like, once again, just ignoring details in order to justify your position.
How did this all-powerful organization, as presented in Yakuza 6, became as to what we saw in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth? The whole purpose of the Daidoji faction is to meet the interests of the Citizens Liberal Party of Japan. Thus, they are also as powerful as the political party. But
I don't. This doesn't. I still doesn't feel like it justifies it. Like, okay, they don't have as much power, but they do things that just blatantly go against their motivations. That doesn't. But even then, we still see that they're capable of, like, they we haven't got any indication that, like, they're completely incapable of, like, the level of power they had in Gaiden. Like, okay, maybe it was less, but we still have no reason to believe that they aren't pretty powerful. Like, and just like I said, they do things that go against their motivations, like letting civilians in on this operation, not doing proper background checks, like not having surveillance and not having weapons to defend. Sorry, need to drink some water. But yeah, like, yeah, they just do things that go against their motivations. Like, they don't care about Kiryu revealing his identity, despite that being the thing their deal was built upon. They don't care about they don't care about letting random civilians in on Daidoji operations. They barely put any effort into security because of how they were completely caught off guard by the ambush. Like, this isn't just an example of them being weaker. They're just fundamentally different in terms of how they act.
Since they have lost the election due to Masato's failures in Yakuza Like a Dragon, this led to the current government overtaking their power. With this, the faction knows that they need Kiryu because he is the only one capable enough to fulfill the interests of the political party, and that is
I. What? This is. Oh my god. Okay. Even if they see Kiryu as like a valuable asset, like. That doesn't. Sorry, this is annoying. That still doesn't explain why they would want him to break the main thing of their agreement. Like, they don't want people knowing about Daidoji's war crimes. It, like you're just going for like the most surface level things, what the game tells you, but then ignore all this information that makes it completely nonsensical. It's just, yeah, you're just ignoring so much like information that makes it make even less sense why they would do any of this, and just
to oppose the government's plan regarding the disposal of nuclear waste. Kiryu is given this much freedom because without him, the political party will continue to weaken. And with how the story
but they don't. Like they actually stop him from like being too reckless with like potentially revealing who he is to the people he loves, and like once again you're ignoring like there's literally like a sub story where they punish him for this, like which you can, depending on when you play it, this can be like after his identity is revealed because of the whole incident at Seiryu, with the whole incident at the Seiryu clan HQ. Like it already doesn't make sense, but that's like an explicit confirmation that they're not okay with this now, but you're just completely ignoring that because of this one scene. I mean, actually, no, it's even worse because like you can play it after this scene, the final life link, meaning that after they forgive him for all of this, they go back to establishing the deal, saying he can't see his family again. Like you even acknowledge at the beginning. You even acknowledge this lifelink at the beginning and the issues it creates, but now you're just ignoring it to focus on what this guy tells you in the main cutscenes. Just completely taking all of this at face value.
ended in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, the political party is salivating from the fall of the people's trust for the current government. The Daidoji faction no longer sees Kiryu as a threat for their secret in Onomichi, but as an asset that they can use to strengthen their political party. Even
Why why wouldn't they see him as a threat? He knows information that could potentially bring down the entire group. Like okay, even if they're not in like a great situation and infinite wealth, like this would be like devastating, like revealing this information to the world. He's still like a liability, like even regardless of like how valuable it is, it shouldn't be enough to ignore like the main thing of their clan, like keeping this thing secret. I mean, not the, like one of the main things of their clan, like keeping Daidoji's involvement in these war crimes secret, like it's,
in Like a Dragon Gaiden, this argument was brought up by the two elders in the faction. Should they treat Kiryu in a bad way, or should they try to please him? And their decision seems more transparent now based on that post-credit scene.
I mean, they don't even explain like why they couldn't just kill him and why they have to make him an ally. Like, he was completely at the Daidoji's mercy when they threatened the orphanage. Like, clearly it isn't hard to like get him to like get him in control, like, or even like kill him if they want to, like, just get rid of this liability. Like, we're not given a reason for why they feel the need to make him an ally. Like, regardless of how useful he is, we're just given very clear reasons for why this wouldn't be enough to just let him do anything he wants.
Kiryu Kazuma lives again, but it's not more transparent now based on that post-credit scene. Kiryu Kazuma lives again, but is not yet free from the faction. So that's why in a future Like a Dragon game, there will definitely be a narrative where Kiryu tries to leave the faction and reunite with Haruka. Reuniting with his
That's Isn't that the implication that he's no longer under the Daidoji's thumb? Or are you actually implying that he just put the people he loves in danger for no reason, that like they're still in danger from the Daidoji, but that he did this anyway? Like, you're actually making this seem like even worse. Like, the issue is just that he's apparently he's no longer under the Daidoji's thumb. That's why he can use his name. That's why I can see Haruka again. Like, he would have to like know. There's no way he would be fine with this if he was still under their control, but you're saying that there is? And also, like, there's just no way, like, even like a future entry explaining this, like, that doesn't justify just a complete lack of explanation in this game, especially when this massive emotional payoff is built on this unanswered question. Like, you can't just justify by saying like, oh, a future game will come along and make it better. But like, okay, it would still be bad, but like, what if future games don't address it or make it worse? Like, you're just, it's weird because like you're actually trying defending it, but now you're just saying like, oh, a future game will make it better, and you're using that to just dismiss like all these issues with it.
family is his reason to live again. Him revealing his name is a sign that he will one day show up in the doorsteps of the Morning Glory Orphanage, greeting them with a big, happy smile. So, how about you guys? Did you like the ending of Like a Dragon?
My god, another terrible video. Um, yeah, that was like even worse than the last one. Like, that one was just like bad arguments, but this one, they're just like so much worse. Like, even like undermining the entire point of their video at certain points. Like, God, that was
Infinite Wealth? I know that a lot of people were actually disappointed with
shockingly terrible video.
this ending. But in my perspective, I kind of see where they were going for. These are the reasons as to how the story ended there. But gameplay wise, I really got addicted to Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. If you're curious why, then check this video
Okay. I guess like the gameplay, that you haven't explained why the ending is actually good.
out. Now, if you love Yakuza content, then please tiger drop that like and subscribe button and support Otaku Defined. This is Math, and stay awesome, my dudes.
God, what a terrible video. Okay, looks like we're approaching almost like 3 hours. I think we'll do one more, or let's see what other videos. I'm I might just do like one or two more depending on how long it takes. I don't think I want to do all of them. I just want to focus on, I guess, like the main topics that talk about. Okay. Okay, so there's one about Kiryu's ending. We watched that. Chitose's redemption arc. We also watched that. That just leaves why he didn't fight Ebina, the final boss we all missed, Bryce is more powerful than you think, or the real meaning of infinite wealth. I mean, I don't even know, like, the real meaning of infinite wealth. I mean, it's like friendship, basically. Like, I don't think you need like a 10-minute video to explain that. Like, sorry, just gonna mute my phone. Yeah, I don't think. I know the arguments are probably going to be bad. That just doesn't seem like interesting enough topic, especially when it's such like an easily explained thing. Like, I'm not even like. I wish the game was maybe like more clear about that. How it actually ties into what it was about, but it's not like a big issue I have with it. It's just like it's a weird choice. The final boss fight we all missed. I don't know about that. Yeah, I think the only ones I'm really interested in are the ones about Bryce and Ebina. That seems like the only ones they'll make like actual like defending parts of the story. Let's just we'll do those. We'll start with Ebina. If I feel like it, we'll do Bryce, and after that, then we'll call it a day.
何我々の未来のためだ実に対照的じゃないですか
Kinda like Ichiban. Then why isn't he here? Masataka Ebina
Okay. Well, I guess it does seem like the main thing about this will be like why Ichiban doesn't fight Ebina. I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe that could have been better. I feel like Infinite Wealth story is so broken that that alone wouldn't make this a good final boss. But I guess it would at least mean that like the connection with Ichiban and Ebina isn't just like superfluous and doesn't only exist for like this shallow parallel about. And Ebina literally like spells it out to the audience how he and Ichiban contrast each other. Like, and maybe like it will make it so that plot point isn't just like completely like superfluous. But I also think like the story is so broken they'd have to completely rewrite it in order to make this final boss good. So yeah.
is the most unforgiving final boss in the whole Like a Dragon series, especially how he is so motivated at making all the lives of the Yakuza a living hell. But his boss fight would have been so much better if his half-brother, Ichiban Kasuga, was the one who fought him. So why didn't Ichiban fight Ebina?
Wait, you said it'd be better if Ichiban fought him? But I thought this video was to argue against that. I mean, even if you don't agree, it's kind of a weird thing say that this would be better when in reality you think otherwise. It's strange.
Despite the two of them having opposing ideologies that would have made an epic traditional Yakuza boss fight. Did RGG Studio fail to see that Ichiban would have been the better choice to fight against Ebina? Not in the slightest. And today, let's define why Ichiban didn't fight his half-brother and what makes Ebina a fearsome boss that Kiryu had to face. And come on, Ebina looks mad all the time. I guess he often have problems playing his favorite games on his dated PC. I bet either didn't
Okay,
know.
another ad. No, we're not doing this.
砂糖につられて寄ってくるアリそっくりで
Ebina is the epitome of revenge, who wants nothing but the death of the Yakuza world, given how the Yakuza has been the cause of his miserable life. Ebina is the son of Masumi Arakawa and Yuriko Hikawa. You know, the woman that the Hikawa
Okay, yeah, like this actually might be longer than I expected, just because Ebina is just such a comprehensively terrible character that there's gonna be so much to discuss when explaining why he's bad. Like, okay. Like, yeah, like the main thing is that he wants revenge on the Yakuza, basically, make all their lives a living hell. But then we see him make like choices that explicitly like sabotage this plan. Like, well, I know, like, just like the fundamental thing. He knew that Bryce's nuclear waste project wouldn't last, that it would come to light. So why did he intend to send the Yakuza to Nele Island for the rest of their lives? Like, he knew that this wouldn't last, yet his plan relies on it lasting for these Yakuza to actually like suffer. So was that doesn't make sense. But then he makes like really like dumb decisions that just go against his plan. Like that, or I guess there's like one like decision in particular that's really dumb, but just like killing Narasaki and burning down the Seiryu clan HQ, like that's only going to serve to create like more like tension within the clan, like, and like potentially like sabotage the effort, because like they're still in the process of moving Seiryu clan Yakuza to Nele Island. Like, it hasn't been finished yet now you're stirring trouble in the Seiryu clan, like killing this major figure, burning down their HQ. Like, you're so close to your plan like being completed. Like, if it wasn't for Ichiban and the party, like it would actually work. So why are you sabotaging it and like intentionally doing things that would prevent it from happening? It's like the even like the fundamental thing, Ebina's desire for revenge, just the game the game sets up this like main driving force for his character only to contradict it with these idiotic decisions.
patriarch forced Arakawa to marry. Due to the incident involving Arakawa's rejecting Hikawa's offer and Hikawa retaliating by attempting to kill Arakawa's lover, Arakawa went on a bloody spree, killing Hikawa. But unbeknownst to Arakawa, Yuriko was pregnant. And in January 1977, Masataka Ebina was born. Raised by his struggling mother and neglected by his absent father and even Hikawa family, Ebina harbored resentment. Ebina, throughout his whole life, despised the Yakuza's ideology of the Yakuza bonds are thicker than blood, since the Hikawa family ignored their existence. After his mother's death, he joined the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, determined to dismantle the Yakuza and seek justice for his family. Unfortunately, that did not happen, since the Great Dissolution took place and the two largest Yakuza factions in Japan dismantled, taking away any opportunity for Ebina to savor his revenge. So Ebina went for Plan B and became a Yakuza himself, joining the Seiryu clan and rising to the ranks to the point that he became its acting chairman. As the head of the Seiryu clan, Ebina formulated the plan he called the Second Dissolution, where former Yakuza will be sent to an island in Hawaii to manage the disposal of nuclear waste. But it's no ordinary island since the place belonged to the cult leader of Palikana, Bryce Fairchild, wherein the former Yakuza will no longer have any contact in the outside world and will slave away until their last breath. Ebina ruthlessly planned a living hell for all of the Yakuza that he abhorred, destroying the dreams that his dead father failed to realize, justifying his hatred.
I Okay, let's rewind. It's saying like the plan was basically like, to kill the Yakuza,
Manage the
basically?
disposal of nuclear waste, but it's no ordinary and will slave away until their last breath.
Until their last breath. Okay, so you're acknowledging that the plan is to keep Yakuza there suffering endure a living hell until they die. How does that work if Nele Island gets exposed before they can die? Like, it's a pretty like fundamental thing with this plan you're just completely ignoring. Like, this just undermines the entire point of why he does anything in this game.
Ebina ruthlessly planned a living hell for all of the Yakuza that he abhorred, destroying the dreams that his dead father failed to realize, justifying his hatred of the hypocritical ideologies of the Yakuza, all the while being regarded as a saint that solves two major problems of Japan. Ebina is an intelligent, yet merciless antagonist, and he would have been
No, he's not intelligent. He's so stupid. He makes so many like terrible decisions. Like, well, I guess only like a couple of like terrible decisions, but they're ones that like completely undermine the point of his plan. So like even if it's just like a couple things I'm pointing to, it basically invalidates the entire thing with his character, makes him nonsensical. Like he's not a smart person. He completely undermines his plan at the end when it was he just completely undermines it and sabotages it for no clear reason. I mean, we get this cop out reason about how he's super emotionally conflicted. He made all these irrational decisions, but the game only introduces that in the last chapter. It never actually explores his emotional state, so it's more of like a post hoc rationalization for why he just completely. Well, I actually know, because like they only acknowledge like it doesn't make sense he wouldn't kill Sawashiro, but they don't acknowledge how his plan just fundamentally doesn't make any sense and how he made decisions that sabotaged it. So like, yeah, it's even worse than I remembered. What even else do I say? Um, no, didn't mean rewind that far.
Ebina is an intelligent, yet merciless antagonist, and
Oh yeah, it's just to explain like yeah, he's really stupid. I don't know why you're saying that he's intelligent.
he would have been the perfect boss fight for Ichiban, as both Ebina and Ichiban are blood brothers while also possessing different ideologies. Ichiban values chosen family over blood, as he still chose to call Arakawa his boss instead of his father, and Masato as his young master, which is the ideology that Ebina has hated all his life. Ichiban holds Arakawa in the highest respect, while Ebina would be the first one to spit on his grave. And Ebina thought of a convoluted plan that will throw away the ex-Yakuza, believing that solving the mess of the
It's also just so lame that they literally have Ebina just spell out this parallel about how he absolutely despises Arakawa while Ichiban respects him greatly. Like the writers pointing out just like how clever they think their writing is. Like it's such like a clunky way to deliver this, and it's really the only thing that touches upon this contrast between these characters. Like, yeah, I guess this isn't exactly criticism of the video, just mention how like how like clunky of a moment it is for like supposedly giving the story and these characters more depth.
solution is impossible. Well, we have Ichiban here believing that it is possible, so he grinded his way in Hello Work.
Wait, he thinks it's impossible? No, Ebina doesn't want it to happen.
to give
me
each one of the former
replay that.
believing that solving the mess of the dissolution is impossible. Well, we have Ichiban here
No, it's not that solving the mess of the dissolution is impossible. He just doesn't. He doesn't believe the Yakuza should. He thinks that the Yakuza are irredeemable and should be punished just for being Yakuza. Like, it's not like he does it because he thinks it's like futile. Like, he wants them to suffer. It's not about that. Like you're actually making. Yeah, you're just like completely making up this part of the story in order, I guess, to like give like more of like a contrast between him and Ichiban when that specific contrast doesn't exist, because with Ebina isn't about like he doesn't think it's possible, he just doesn't want it to happen. Like I feel like I need to replay it again just because I'm actually so confused.
and Ebina thought of a convoluted plan that will throw away the ex-Yakuza, believing that solving the mess of the dissolution is impossible. Well, we have Ichiban here believing that
Yeah, like it's not about he doesn't believe that he it isn't that he believes that it's impossible, he just doesn't want it to happen. I don't know where this is coming from. Like it almost implies that like this is more of like a pragmatic thing he's doing and not just a way to a way to like lash out against this group of people he hates so much. Like yeah, you're just like making this up. I have no idea where you got this from.
it is possible. So he grinded his way in hello work to give each one of the former Yakuza a meaningful second chance in life. So with all of this, right? Why didn't Ichiban fight Ebina? Despite all of these amazing parallels between the two. Even Ebina said that Ichiban is his natural
I mean, one of the parallels you just made up, and like the other, it's not even it's like the most like surface level parallel. Like, literally just has like Ebina like spell it out, and that's about as like as much depth as you. It's about as much depth as it's given. Like, they're not even like have like a strong like parallel. Like, it's just like I said, pairing them alone wouldn't make it a good final boss. Like, I still think it would be bad.
opposite. Well, that's because of who Ebina is and what he actually symbolizes in the Yakuza world. Ebina is a cruel force that Kiryu Kazuma sees as his responsibility. First off, the brother fight has been done multiple times already in the series. Kiryu knows the pain of fighting against your own brother, when in the events of Yakuza 1,
But there's no actual connection between Ichiban and Ebina on like emotional level. Like, okay, so he learns that they're half brothers. That doesn't really change anything about their relationship. Like, sure, Ichiban is surprised about it, but I don't see why that would necessarily make it like harder for Ichiban to fight him. Like, what you're mentioning, like Kiryu was like very close to Nishiki, meaning that when they fought each other at the end of Yakuza 1, it was much more of a hard thing for him to do. And like even with like 7 with like him and Mazuto, like he like deeply cared about him. So like yeah, this is just weird, like saying like oh it would be too hard for him when there's just no emotional connection to Ebina.
Kiryu had to fight against Nishiki, his sworn brother. Kiryu wanted to spare
Oh, hey Ring, yeah. I just saw you were here. Yeah, welcome. Looks like this is gonna be one of my shorter streams. I've only been going for like 3 hours now. But yeah, basically just been responding to like bad infinite wealth videos. it's been very interesting, to say the least. Um, oh yeah, yes, it does have like spoilers for Infinite Wealth. I mean, I think it's pretty, yeah, like it is pretty terrible. So like, if you don't mind spoilers, then yeah, 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 it should be fine. Oh yeah, like Kiryu and Nishiki grew up together. Like, yeah, there's like a really strong emotional connection between them. Well, the thing with Ebina is like, okay, someone that like Ichiban met once and like doesn't have any connection to besides that. Like he got the impression like, oh, he's an alright guy. But then he learns all these things which makes him realize, oh, he's actually like a monster. But then like just learning that they're half brothers, it doesn't really mean that they now have this strong emotional connection. And to compare it to Kiryu and Nishiki, yeah, it's just nonsensical. Like, yeah, it's a weird take.
Ichiban from having to experience the same pain again that he had. Kiryu is familiar with this burden and especially how this fight also takes place in the Millennium Tower. Man, it must suck working inside Millennium Tower like you're just finishing your accounting report.
Okay, yeah, it's actually appealing to like this would be hard for Ichiban when we're just given no reason for why it would be like hard for him. Like, okay, like maybe he wouldn't like kill Ebina, but like he clearly wouldn't. We're given no indication that he would have a problem with fighting him. Like even like Mazuto, someone he cared about deeply and wanted to see the error of his ways and like grow as a person, he still wasn't afraid of like beating the shit out of him. Like yeah, it's just that this thing is just like it's just like a nonsense argument. It's just built on like nothing we get in the game itself. It's close adoptive brothers versus disconnected half brothers. Yeah, yeah, 100%.
And suddenly two topless dudes are punching each other. If you think working for Millennium Tower sucks, then like this video and subscribe to Otaku Defined for more Yakuza content. Anyway,
No.
aside from that, Ichiban had already faced a more important brother. Sorry, Ebina. Which was Masato Arakawa, his chosen brother. Ichiban already suffered the pain and loss of a brother.
I that's it's not even the same thing. Like I feel like I don't even need to go into this. Just like saying like Masato's like one of the most important people in Ichiban's life. Meanwhile, he like barely knows Ebina as a person. Like these are not comparable. I don't feel like I really even need to go that much into this. This is just nonsense. Yeah, I know. He was joking, saying that suck working there was a joke. I was just saying no to like hitting the like button and subscribing. But also, yes, Ichiban is kind of getting a subpar version of Kiryu's story from what I do know. Um, it's like, I think both of their storylines in Infinite Wealth are bad, but for like different reasons. Like, I guess like Kiryu's is like more like, no, no, I wouldn't say that. They're both just like really bad, and Ki- when it comes to the topic of Ichiban's relationship to Ebina, there's kind of just like nothing there. So like I don't even think putting them together would make for like a particularly compelling boss fight without like significant changes to the story, but like the but then like this thing about saying like it would be too hard for him emotionally to fight Ebina, there's just not we're not given any indication of this. I meant more of Kiryu's earlier stories. Oh, well, hmm. I guess this would be like, but I need to play the game to say more definitive stuff. Yeah, yeah. It's fair. Yeah, it's fair.
And Kiryu does not want Ebina to further add on Ichiban's misery. And again, Ichiban values chosen family more than blood. So Ebina being revealed to him as his brother didn't even force any motivation for Ichiban to go to Millennium Tower and fight Ebina.
Wait, so you acknowledge that there's nothing there, yet you still think this would be hard on him emotionally. What? Doesn't this contradict your point? Like, I think it might just contradicted their point, just saying like fighting Ebina would be a big emotional toll on him. Now you're saying that he values found family over blood or whatever. Like, I feel like that's a good reason for why this wouldn't matter that much to him. And you're even saying like he's not like this doesn't really motivate him to take on Ebina himself. So you're kind of just undermined your own point right after you made it. Wow, these videos are something. They just like besides making like bad arguments, they also seem to undermine their points a lot. Like in the last one I watched, Raimi, they basically appealed to like this thing makes sense, or no, like that they're basically appealing to like something in the story makes sense because that's what happened. Or like that's the idea of it. Basically saying like it makes sense because this is what happened, or like appealing to that to explain why the character would act this way. It's like it's just like fundamentally just like bizarre argumentation, like besides just misrepresenting the game in order to make it sound better.
Due to this, Ichiban is more focused on his chosen family's dream. Arakawa's goal is to clean up the mess of the dissolution and give the former Yakuzas a meaningful life. That's why
People need to learn to jot down their points and look over them to see if they contradict before they roll on with their script. Yeah. Revision is very important. I doubt this person. This feels like first drafts. All of their videos I've seen, or not even first. Like, not to like. Not to like get like arrogant or anything, but I don't even think my first drafts are like as bad as this. Or just like completely undermining the entire point of my arguments. Like I do unscripted streams, and I feel like I put more efforts into points sometimes than video essayists. Oh yeah, you definitely do. Like, yeah, I feel like even, well, yeah, like it doesn't feel like they put much effort into the script. It just seems like they have fundamentally like bizarre takes about kind of just like storytelling, I guess. These are just, yeah, it's really bizarre to watch some video essays.
Ichiban did not hesitate to go to Hawaii and save the future of the Yakuza. Since exposing the truth of the Palikana, its island, the nuclear waste disposal plan, and Bryce will be more conclusive evidences than beating up Ebina. Ichiban holds the future of the Yakuza and he cannot look back onto his past. And that's where Kiryu
Okay, yeah, I don't have a problem with him wanting to stop Bryce for this reason. Like, yeah, like that's fine. I don't even necessarily think that like Ichiban needed to fight Ebina. I just think the narrative context for like the fight is terrible. Like it just feels like a kind of ignores the context to think like all it takes is that change in order to fix this final boss. It feels like they haven't rectified yet what they truly value in media, nor understand what problems weigh more. Yeah, yeah, I do get that impression. Yeah, well said.
Kiryu Kazuma comes in. Kiryu admitted that he had the opportunities to correct the flaws of the Yakuza world when he was the fourth chairman of the Tojo clan, but he chose to let go of that responsibility. Kiryu believes that if he had changed the ways of the Yakuza in the past, then Ebina and his mother would have been cared for. Unfortunately,
What? You actually? Okay, I need to replay that.
Kiryu admitted that he had the opportunity, then Ebina that responsibility. Kiryu believes that if he had changed the ways of the Yakuza in the past, then Ebina and his mother would have been cared for. Unfortunately, Kiryu
Okay, you just got this wrong. Like, Ebina's misfortunes happened like decades before Kiryu became chairman. Like, even as early as like Yakuza 1, like Ebina's well past the point of becoming driven by revenge. Like, Kiryu was like okay, like at Kiryu was only like what is it like 8 years older than Ebina? Like at the point that Ebina like lost his mother, like Kiryu was like still like a child. Definitely not like one of the leaders of the Tojo clan. Like okay, yeah, you've just because like what most people try to argue is that Kiryu couldn't have fixed Ebina's life, but that represents a larger thing about how he could have helped more people by changing the Yakuza, but he didn't. It's not because it's literally impossible that Kiryu could have helped Ebina and his mother. Like, I didn't his mother like die when he was young? So like, yeah, like it's actually impossible that Kiryu could have done this. I This is actually bizarre. Like, it genuinely feels like they didn't play the game. Wow, wow, just wow.
wasn't able to, and he is now staring at the malevolent vengeance in you.
Wait, what is
Then
it?
Ebina and his mother would have been cared, but he chose to let go of that responsibility.
Oh,
Kiryu believes that if he had changed the ways of the Yakuza in the past, then Ebina and his mother would have been cared for. Unfortunately, Kiryu wasn't able to, and he is now staring at the malevolent vengeance in human form. Kiryu
yeah, like I said, like I don't even like the story, but the point is that Kiryu didn't ruin Ebina's life. Ebina's just represents like oh, Kiryu sees it as like similar to like all the other people's lives who've been ruined by the Yakuza. Like I am more interested in playing the newer games to see how this guy is wrong. Oh yeah. This is actually bizarre. Like they're saying like yeah, this is strange. This I thought these were just gonna be like make like dumb arguments, but these have been like actually bizarre. I might do like a super cut of like my reactions to these videos once I'm done, just to show like how just like nonsensical they are. These are like really bad.
fighting against Ebina is his way of atoning for his sins as the dutiful father of the Tojo clan. Ebina is Kiryu's responsibility.
Kiryu and the Yakuza have major effects outside their own intentions. Yeah, like, and my impression is that this is highlighting that. Yeah, exactly. Like, the point isn't that he ruined Ebina's life, it's just that he sees, like, he can sympathize with his situation, like, and feels like some responsibility for like they're already saying the game it's it's about him taking on like the sins of the Yakuza rather than atoning for his mistakes, like atoning for like Ebina specifically. Like I still think it's dumb, but that's what the game says.
Ebina is the reason that the Daigo Security Company went under along with Majima and Saejima, causing many former Yakuza to lose their second chance in life. Ebina is
Oh yeah, Rangia. This game also has like a VTuber which ends up ruining the lives of multiple characters. Yeah, you can look forward to that. It's a very stupid plot point.
the reason why the public now knows that Kiryu Kazuma is alive, which can put
He is collateral damage, unfortunately, and the sins of the Yakuza, unfortunately, will extend outside their immediate actions. Yeah, the VTuber thing's actually like an important plot point in Infinite Wealth. It's like riddled with plot holes, and they have like a level of power that just doesn't make any sense. And as a VTuber fan, this sounds annoying. Oh yeah, like I don't have a I don't really feel strongly about VTubers, but the way this plot point is handled is just awful. Just like it's bad social commentary. It's bad in like the social commentary aspect, but it also just doesn't make sense.
the Daigo Security Company went under along with Majima and Saejima, causing many former Yakuza to lose their second chance in life. Ebina is the reason why the public now knows that Kiryu Kazuma is alive, which can put his family in danger. Ebina is the reason why, and Kiryu will be the answer to all of Ebina's brutal hatred. Not only that, but the boss fight against Ebina is thematic to his whole persona. First, let's look at Ebina's resume. This is kind of like my favorite part. Anyway, now there has been a lot of online discourse as to what Ebina's resume is. Reddit user Buzzwolio anyway concluded that it's an Oni, which absolutely makes sense. But there are also other mythologies that could have influenced its design, with it being a red Oni holding a snake that spits fire. Another
I mean, they are just streamers, but in anime girl slash boy avatar, there's definitive social commentary to lean into, especially about parasocial stuff. But I doubt they handle it well. Oh yeah, like they don't really delve into the parasocial thing. Oh, Redditor, yeah. My source is Reddit, yeah. But yeah, the social commentary thing, it's basically about like cancel culture. Basically just talking about like how harmful that is, how people blindly accept narratives, sort of. But the way they handle the story is just incredibly stupid. Like Todder is like an insane amount of power considering they have like a few million subscribers. Like they basically have enough influence where doing like a drama video about someone can basically ruin their career overnight. Like this is like an insane amount of power, but it's made worse because she repeatedly has access to footage it doesn't make sense for her to have in order to create conflict. But yeah, that's I I think it's a good contender, like one of the worst written plot points in the series. And there's like a couple of those in Infinite Wealth. Oh, so the easiest fucking theme to handle. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, cause like it's pretty like safe thing. Like, oh yeah, like people blindly accept these narratives and it ruins people's lives. Like, but yeah, then the story context is nonsense. It's just how people handled media slash news critique, but now it's a rando versus a corpo. Yeah.
Reddit user Ignilson stated that it is a Dharmapala. In Hinduism, Dharmapala can refer to a protector or guardian of Dharma. Dharma is the moral and ethical order of the universe. Ebina's whole being is focused on upholding his own morals and ethics, which Dharmapala are known for. Ebina even worked as a police officer in hopes of putting Yakuza behind bars, which again tracks in Ebina having a Dharmapala as an resume, since they are the guardians who uphold righteousness. From the design standpoint, the Dharmapala are often depicted as wrathful deities.
Okay, like I'd be willing to believe like okay, there's some relevance with his tattoo, like the symbolism. But this is like could you like get to the point? Like I feel like you could just say, "Oh, this thing means this thing means this." But this the descriptions about like the mythology specifically, I don't know, I just find it a bit drawn out.
With its three eyes menacingly staring at the evildoers and accompanied with animals like horses, birds, and snakes. But then again, Ebina's Irezumi could possibly be more of an Oni, especially if we take Horitomo, the tattoo artist whose designs have been used in all of the Like a Dragon games, into account. Horitomo posted on Instagram this Erezumi back in 2020, which resembles Ebina's Erezumi with the caption Mugen Gokusotsu, roughly translated as
Yeah, I just feel like you don't need all of this. Just say like just bring up like a couple like ideas of like what these symbols mean and like use that to like come to interpretations about Ebina. You don't need all of this explanation. Like this is like a short video, but this part actually feels like bloated.
Warden of the Eternal Hell. In Japanese mythology, Oni are often depicted as powerful and fearsome demons who inhabit the underworld or various realms of hell. Oni are known to be the tormentors of those who are condemned in hell. In the same manner, Ebina's plan to fully isolating the former Yakuza members in the Palakana Island can be seen as jailing the Yakuza in hell.
Okay. Like maybe that could be the thing to represent his character, but like that's like a pretty surface level thing. How many minutes? Oh, this video's like 15 minutes long in total. And the section has been going on for like 2 minutes so far. Oh yeah, all these videos they're like 10 to 15 minutes. I think there's only one that's like less than 10 minutes. It could be that. It would explain like I like that their channel. It very much seems like they're pumping out like these videos, not just about Yakuza, but like Persona, other video games. So yeah, it just seems like I do get the impression that they're kind of just farming videos for the yeah, kind of just like a content farm, I guess. That's the impression I get from this channel, especially when their arguments are just this bad.
Oni uses their strength and ferocity to inflict suffering upon those who have committed evil deeds, and Ebina does this throughout the story of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, such as a smear campaign he had launched against the former Yakuza, and even killing them in cold.
You're always skeptical with that length range. Yeah, I got the impression that like these videos probably wouldn't be good, but just that I was interested in seeing in hearing how people would defend like these plot points of infinite wealth I considered very bad, but I don't think like I've seen like infinite wealth defenses from random people that while incorrect are still like way less dumb than this. Like this is like especially bad even among like infinite wealth defenses.
Blood. Lastly, Oni are known as the agents of karma. They embody the consequences of one's actions, manifesting as tormentors to those who have committed wrongdoings. Which again fits Kiryu's action of atoning for the sins of the Yakuza that he failed to take responsibility for. Ebina is the karmic consequence that Kiryu needs to face, Furthermore, we can see that there is an Oni statue inside Hikawa's office when Arakawa invaded them, foreshadowing the vengeful demon that Ebina will become. Now, let's look
Okay, like you spend like so much time talking about like the symbolism when like talked very little about like the actual well, you talked about like the substance kind of, but you ignored like literally all of the issues with it. And now you're kind of just focusing on like symbolism as if that suddenly makes him an amazing villain.
at the snake. The snake symbolizes Ebina's intelligence, transformation, and cunning abilities, proven by how quickly he rose in the ranks after joining
Once again, he's trying to make it seem like Ebina's intelligent when he makes like multiple stupid decisions. Like he straight up like says out he says outright that like uh wait, okay. How do I explain this shortly as possible? Okay, so basically his plan is to like it's basically like an elaborate genocide plan where he's planning on sending Yakuza to this island basically just to rot away. But he also acknowledges that like he believes that this island will get exposed and like the truth about what was really going on will come to light. So he admits that like his plan is like fundamentally flawed. He knows that this isn't going to last when his plan only works with it having any amount of longevity. Like it's like a really he's just a moron. Like framing him as intelligent is just not being accurate to the story. If I played the new games Ichiban focused, would you want to do a stream on them? I'm fine if it's your channel and if I'm in the future. Oh yeah, I'd love to talk about the Yakuza games. Especially I have a lot to say about Infinite Wealth, but I'm down to talk about any of them. Like I was thinking of doing a sort of like breakdown thing where maybe you could focus like one stream or maybe like one or a couple streams per Yakuza game based on how long it is and just talk about the story. Like I thought that would be a fun thing to do. I don't know if you want to join in on that or like which channel we do it on. But yeah, I thought it'd be a fun idea to do something like that. Oh yeah, like there's so much to talk about with like Infinite Wealth's issues. This is just like the tip of the iceberg. Like Ebina's like one of like the worst villains in the entire series. So like there's like a lot to discuss with him. But then there's just like this so much wrong with this game outside of Ebina. But yeah, I'm down to do like breakdowns or streams about any of the games. I love talking about them.
the Seiryu clan even though he was an ex-cop. The snake is also spitting fire, which forms a three-pronged flame.
Oh yeah, I do know Arkham isn't super interested. Might be better to do on like my channel maybe. We could just have a chat about them every now and then. That might be fun.
That resembles the symbol that the Palekana uses. Not only does this provide a connection between Bryce and Ebina, but it also connects how Ebina involuntarily causes Kiryu to get cancer, since Kiryu was one of the volunteers who helped in the nuclear waste management.
Wait, what? Are you implying that no, like Palikana's nuclear waste disposal, it's seemingly like unrelated to Kiryu, like from what we know, Kiryu just did like a job for like a random nuclear waste facility. We get no indication that this is like directly connected or like a result of Palekana. Like, yeah, similar level of like what happened earlier, just like completely, just like inserting like events that just never happened in the story or like making these connections. It's just like making shit up. Like, there's like a surprising amount of that in these videos, like a lot more than I expected.
Ebena's Erasumi alone has a lot of symbolisms that made sense as to why the dragon of Dojima was the one who faced him. Instead,
Okay, no. Symbolism alone doesn't make for a good final boss. Like the narrative context is just as important. You've done like a really bad job at explaining that, but no, like just the symbolism doesn't justify the Kiryu being the final boss. That's such a shallow argument. Like maybe I'll start a private playthrough of Kiwami slash Zero and we can do streams on your thing once I'm done. I'm fine with where you are willing to start there. Yeah, sure. I've actually been replaying Zero, so I think that might be a good thing to do first, but I've also played like one kind of recently. I'm fine with either way, but yeah, maybe we could start with Zero. Have a chat about that. Originals also, but I need to figure out ways to do it. Oh yeah, yeah. I've just been emulating Yakuza's 1 and 2 on em well, emulating them on an emulator. But I think the Kiwami ones are fine. Like there's like a couple story changes in Kiwami 1, but like I feel like I could like just like comment on those like certain differences they make. Like I don't think it'd be necessary for you to play like the original, but you can if you want to. And 2 pretty much has like the same story. Like they remove like one location, but they basically make it so like all the same events happen in like one of the other locations. So it's basically like the same story, but with like a kind of superficial change. I'd be happy to do Zero. I think it would work on my Stream Deck. Oh yeah, yeah, great. That would be a great place to start.
of the hero of Yokohama. Another cool detail about Ebena's Erasumi is how it is seated. No, it's not just
Okay, we're still talking about the tattoo. uh,
star from all the Yakuza BS, but it points to its connection to both as a Dharmapala and an Oni of karmic consequences. If we look at the various moves that Ebina does during the boss fight, most of them are named after chakra points used in Hinduism and Tantric Buddhism. Ebina's move called Pierce the Muladhara is a crouching right vertical lunge punch to the crotch. The Muladhara is a chakra point located at the base of the spine. So yes, Ebina is punching the point between the family jewels and the poopy hole. Ebina's move called Cripple the Manipura
I don't. Okay. What am I? I don't even know what to say about half of this shit. Strange. All right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It sounds good. I'm also trying to like take notes and stuff about like Zero's story because I do want to do a video on that at some point. Yeah. I think we can just like focus on the story, doing like the side content. That might be a bit much. Yeah, just like focusing on like the main story. I think that would make a good discussion.
is another chakra point attack, where Ebina lunges an underarm sword thrust and an upward diagonal left slash across the solar plexus, which is the location of the Manipura chakra point. Another thing is that Ebina
Okay, so there's like a reference to chakra points. Okay, this feels like another shallow piece of symbolism they're using to justify this being like a good boss fight.
also has a move called Wheel of Samsara, which is a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth.
Not going to be an immediate thing, but it'd be super cool, especially if you intend to cover other Yakuza vids. Like, I feel like I haven't seen good Zero coverage outside to Snakerer. Oh, yeah, I remember having issues like some of the Snakerer's like Yakuza vids, like a couple points he made, but I do think they're like way better than like most Yakuza videos I've seen. Even if I don't agree with all his views. Oh yeah, yeah, totally. I enjoy his videos. He, I guess to be fair, he is more like talking about the game in general. Like he doesn't always. I feel like I go a bit more into detail about like how the plot like functions and whether certain things make sense or not. And he only does that like sometimes. I think it's more about like talking about like characters and themes, at least from what I've saw. See, it's a bit of like a different sort of format, which it is fine. I just wish there was more like narrative analysis of the games that aren't really bad like this.
That symbolizes Ebina's birth, his goal for the death of the Yakuza, and the rebirth of society with him as the hero. Finally, we have this scene where Kiryu, after defeating
As a hero, I don't know where this is coming from. Ebina wants to like be seen as a hero. Like it seems more like he just wants revenge, and in the case of like his complete 180 at the end of the game, he just wants someone to like reassure him. Like I never got the impression that this was like out of ego that he wanted to be like seen as a hero, but that this was just like a personal vendetta to vent his like anger at the Yakuza. Like this is another interpretation that just comes out that just isn't supported. If we had 10 to Snakerers, I prefer that over these 10-minute sloppa channels. Yeah, the Yakuza YouTube community would be in a much better state if that was the case.
Ebina is asking for his forgiveness. Kiryu admitted the sins that the Yakuza has committed and is seeking Ebina's grace. His final pose here, where you can see that Kiryu is kneeling, is like praying for forgiveness. All of these symbolisms in the boss fight points to Kiryu being the rightful person to stop Ebina. Kiryu is the one who is carrying the burden that the Yakuza left. Kiryu chose a path where he can correct his mistakes. Kiryu is the one willing to take away the sins of the Yakuza.
Okay. And I don't think it's like an issue of like, well, confronting the sins of the Yakuza. I get that was the point, but like, yeah, like, my issue isn't like the idea of it, it's the execution. It feels like you're really focusing on like the ideas of a lot of this rather than how it's actually handled. It's sometimes ideas that just aren't in the game that you completely made up. I'd even be fine if it was 10 to 15 minutes covering different aspects of Yakuza, like how lore channels tend to. Oh yeah, yeah, like I think you can say like a lot about in like a 10 to 15-minute video about a specific aspect. Like I feel like my long like infinite wealth breakdown, you could easily take like one section and it's only like 8 to 10 minutes, but I feel like you get pretty good like understanding of like the issues with certain plot points. Like you can totally put out like short form content and make like strong points. I guess it sounds like I don't want to sound like arrogant saying that, but yeah, like it's possible to make like good content in like this short form, but these are just awful. And yeah, Sins of the Yakuza idea that there's a lot of potential that the game doesn't do much with. Kind of like all of the potential in this game just wasted.
So yeah, despite there being a story to tell in a fight between Ichiban and Ebina, Kiryu is the more thematic choice. But hey, this is just how I see it. So let me know if you guys think that Ichiban should have still fought.
Okay, just their opinion. That absolves them of everything they said. This guy feels like he's an inch deep. Yeah, like very, very shallow analysis.
bought Ebina instead. And did you like Ebina's resume? Do you agree with my analysis on its design? Leave your
I wish we didn't get your analysis of the design. It was really drawn out. But
comments down below. But it's kind of fortunate that we didn't get to see Yamai's resume, but maybe in the future we'll see it, especially since Yamai is 100% going to be a playable character. If you're curious why, then
okay. I don't. I guess he really wants to see Yamai's tattoo. I don't know. It's like, okay, fine, if you want to be interested in that. I don't care. I don't know. It's crazy because, like, I don't even care that much about, like, Yamai's character, but he's, like, way better than, like, almost every other character in the game just because he's, like, just being good basically puts you above, like, 99.9% of Infinite Wealth's characters. But yeah, that's that video.
watch this video. Like and subscribe to Otaku the
Gonna do one more. Hopefully this will be. This is another sort of like one that feels very clickbaity, saying like why this character is more powerful than you think. But hopefully this should be shorter, just because Bryce is much more of a boring villain than Ebina. Like he's badly written, but like it's like much more straightforward to talk about his issues. So hopefully this won't be as long. But yeah, this is going to be the last video I'll cover. Drawn out, but also shallow. What I saw of this was this guy has an Oni tattoo, soy jack pointing. Pretty much, like, before you just had like a really like shitty analysis of this character, but then it was just like glazing the tattoo and symbolism in general.
Whoa, is that magic?
俺が
Yeah, this guy is definitely evil. Bryce Fairchild is the cult leader of the Palicana and also the final boss that stands before Ichiban. We know
Oh yeah, and there's also like a religious cult in this game. It's like one of the main antagonist groups. Yeah, it's a lot of. Infinite Wealth is like pretty wacky, just like a mess of a lot of ideas that just aren't. None of them are really fleshed out or developed well. It's not impossible to make like something compelling about this silly thing, but yeah, I don't know. Do you want me to jump in on call? No pressure, because I haven't played the game, and I'm fine if you say no. I can give POV of the guy watching as a person reviewing without playing. My plans died for the night, so... Yeah, yeah, you can come on. I don't know how long this is gonna... Wait, actually, might be hard to do that, because, I've been trying to figure out, like, what to do with the voice chat thing, since audio capture on OBS seems to be unreliable. So I have to find, like, something else for that if you want to, include you on, like, if I include our call on the stream, but I don't have that set up, so I don't think we can do that today. So yeah, sorry, I don't think that'll work, but feel free to like comment in the chat. Like it's been good to hear your thoughts about all of this, so if you want to do more of that, then that would be appreciated.
that there are a lot of mixed comments regarding his final boss fight. A lot of people are either disappointed with his fight or felt that Bryce and Ichiban's ending was anticlimactic. But looking deeper on Bryce as the charismatic leader of the Palicana,
Oh yeah, next time I do want to set up like just figure out like how I can do this, like doing a call on OBS, and because I don't want the audio capture to like keep disconnecting like it did last time, and yeah. So yeah, I'll try and figure out something so we can do another stream in the future.
I realize how powerful he is. Bryce Fairchild is more powerful than you think, and here's why. But speaking of power, don't
Oh, sorry, I realized I've been muted. Oh wait, let me check. How long have I been? I don't think it's been for that long, but let me check. Uh, okay, so you just didn't hear why I said the channel name. Okay, it's MAF Otaku Defined. Yeah, I guess it's just like some like gaming channel talks about Yakuza and Persona and stuff. Yeah, do you hear me now? Yeah, sorry, I muted the mic. I didn't realize I did that, but thankfully it wasn't for too long because I do want to make like a super cut of this stream later.
you just hate it when your PC or laptop ain't just powerful enough to play the latest games? Well, luckily, today's sponsor has the answer for that.
Oh god,
Introducing
not another
Boosteroid, a
sponsor.
cloud gaming platform.
No, we're not doing this.
茶番は終わりだ。
So, one of the questions the fans of the Like a Dragon series have for the Overseer is that does
Yeah, Dan, I can't hear you. Also, keep in mind there will be a delay, but we'll let you know when the audio comes back. Oh, oh, it was my end. Oh, okay. All right, good. Yeah, yeah, let's just type it in the chat so you can search it up. Yeah.
Bryce actually have supernatural powers? Considering that this guy is 90 years old and he's more fit than the average 30-year-old suffering from back pains, he was also able to hold his own against the Ichigang. So, are there any supernatural elements behind Bryce as an energetic senior citizen? Well, no. Bryce, despite his old age, has been living his life in a
Cable cam disconnected. What is that? Just something on your end that wasn't working? Because, yeah, that would make sense. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's working on my end. I just had to unmute myself in OBS.
the same way as he did for the last 70 years as the cult leader of Palicana. He was a mafia who specialized in assassinating people. Then, after claiming the throne as the overseer of the Palicana, his ruthless activities did not end there. Bryce is someone with an active lifestyle and he kept that going for more than 7 decades. That is the most simple explanation behind his strength as a zesty grandpa. But this long
I mean, like, yeah, it's weird that like he he's as like strong as he like he's capable of like fighting people is like decently fit when he's like 90 years old. Like, that thing I point to is like a bit weird, but that it's like the least of the issues with his character. Like, I don't think he has like magical powers, just that I mean they sort of like hint at the start of the game, like, oh, is it magic? Is it something else? But I feel like a lot of it can be interpreted as just him like manipulating things to like create the illusion. The problem is just that his decisions for some of them don't make any sense, and that it creates the mystery, but in hindsight, it doesn't make sense why he did some things. So yeah, hopefully, this isn't just talking about. It's a kind of setting thing. Okay, yeah.
longevity is what made him a mythical icon for the Palicana, which we will talk about later since there's another supernatural event that happened in Infinite Wealth where Bryce controlled his own fate by making a gun break. And then we see this dude get blinded because his gun malfunctioned. So, how exactly did Bryce pull that off? Well, it's a setup. Bryce planted a malfunctioning gun for this dude to use, and if you're going to ask why this dude is willing to shoot a broken gun that damages his eye in the process, remember that there are cult members willing to jump off a building to prove their faith in Bryce.
Okay, I'm. Okay, so you're assuming. Okay, I agree that this is a setup. I don't know if I'd be so quick to assume that this guy was in on it. Like, we know that some of the Ganju are like secretly like working for him, basically, or like brainwashed by him. But yeah, like I don't know if we'd be so quick to assume that this guy is one of them, because like some are. Like, sorry, I'm kind of blanking out. Basically, like there are some of Bryce's men planted in the Ganju, but not all of them are his men. So like I feel like it's also we can't just assume that he was working for Bryce and that he was willing to maim himself just to maintain the act. Which I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Aside from that, a lot of cult members and even faith
It's also just a chance thing. Dude was blinded. I mean, I do think the implication is just because of how convenient it is. It's likely that Bryce sort of he arranged it beforehand, like made it so he had like a faulty gun. Or no, like a gun that would explode on his face, basically. But then it just makes it convenient that he only used the gun at that specific point, like right when he arrived and not before. Despite the fact that he was just about to use on another guy, but then it just doesn't make sense why he would do this. Like, if it's to sell like the lie that like you have magical powers, you're only most of the people you're convincing will already believe this. All there is like Ichiban's party and that one coffee shop guy. Like it's just like it seems like completely pointless and it's very contrived that it went the way it did. So and yeah, it would make like slightly more sense if he was like a plant, but we also this isn't confirmed by the game. Like if you had a bad firearm that malfunction, you don't know how that turns out. Yeah, yeah, like yeah, there's a lot about it. Like Well, I mean, maybe not necessarily like go in his eye, but I do think like exploding the gun was the main thing. Well, actually, then again, I guess like, hmm, I guess like shooting like the shrapnel in his eye, that would make it like scare them off, I guess, but it's all very convenient that went this specific way, basically.
Healers use this tactic. They plant people among the crowd, faking illnesses, falsely claiming that they can't walk or they are blind. And then one voodoo touch from the so called chosen ones, and then they are healed. This is how
Okay, but like I said, like just because he's a member of the Ganju doesn't mean he's secretly working for Bryce. Like yeah, like Bryce planted these people, but I don't think we're supposed to think that all of them are working for Bryce secretly. Like, or I don't think the game. The whole thing with Bryce is that he's planting like people who he's brainwashed into all sorts of different groups, like throughout Waikiki, which is how he has like as much power as he does. I don't think we're supposed to believe that he controls all of them. So yeah, yeah, the misfire was like the main goal, probably.
Infinite World presented Bryce, a charismatic leader who has manipulated his power
Although I actually didn't think about that, like the possibility that he might be a plant. Although I still don't think that fixes this scene or like the issues it creates with like Bryce doing this for seemingly no reason.
followers to do his every bidding, showcasing Bryce as this omnipotent prophet. Especially in this scene where Ichiban was about to punch Bryce, it seems that Ichiban stopped in midair. But then the camera zooms out and we see Bryce's followers holding Ichiban. In essence, Bryce's supernatural powers are nothing but smoke and mirrors. But wouldn't it be more fun if we see that aspect more in his boss fight? If you agree with that, then please like this video if you think Bryce should have more depth in his boss battle. And join Otaku the
What? I, if you think he should have more depth in this. I don't even know what you're saying. I'm just gonna move on.
Find for more Like a Dragon content. Now, why is Bryce being presented as the supernatural being? Simply because that is how most cults work. If Bryce wasn't able to condition his followers to think of him as this all-powerful prophet chosen by Nele, their goddess, then they would have not been worshipping him in the first place. So, alright, Bryce is obviously a fake. But how does this make him more powerful than we think? It's because Bryce is a textbook cult leader who was able to make his cult so powerful that it lasted for more than 7 decades without even anyone racing against it. A lot
Yeah, like what why would you like these videos in general? Like, I guess they do that sort of like gimmicky thing, like, oh, like this video if this or this. Just no, I don't know. Yeah, it's confusing. Um, sorry, I'll play the video.
of cults in the world have their various oppositions. They may be former members who woke up from the mind conditioning, or former high ranking officials of the said cult who failed to get the highest seat on the said organization. That's why we often see a lot of infighting in these cults, especially once their original leader passes away. But in the case of Palekana, Bryce Fairchild had been the overseer for the last 70 years. He established himself as the one whom they should revere. And Bryce did this by masterfully acting in a similar fashion as real-life cults. Cults, though often portrayed in extreme ways, can be surprisingly subtle in their methods. Cults prey on individuals facing personal struggles, seeking community, or yearning for a sense of purpose. Bryce in
Okay, like yeah, I guess there's like a parallel, like or it's like what real cults do. I don't think that when like the whole thing is that like Bryce is more powerful than you think, when this is like very clearly the reason why he's powerful, like manipulating people into becoming like just like brainwashed servants for him. Like this doesn't really explain why he's more powerful than you think, or how anyone thinks. So, video crashed. Sorry. Yeah, very basic commentary on cults. Uh, Sorry, let me just open that up. Where were we?
manner is targeting vulnerable people who are orphans. Throughout the story of Infinite Wealth, we see how the Palika manner is targeting vulnerable people who are orphans. Throughout the story of Infinite Wealth, we see how the Palikana manages an orphanage.
You can say this about book clubs, churches, community groups. Yeah. Uh, yeah, very surface level. I didn't like the game, like, yeah, like surface level, but especially like this commentary on it, if you even want to call it that. What? Why did it crash again? It's weird. Sorry, let me... Yeah, watch together is being weird. Bear with me.
Members teach these orphans all about Palikana and how wonderful Bryce is. Not only are orphans vulnerable, but their minds are young and are easy to manipulate. Thus, Bryce literally
I can make more in-depth commentary with a 15-minute Google search and an hour to write my script. Yeah, I believe it. This is from a guy who does non-scripted content. Yeah.
groomed his kids to be his faithful followers. Cults also use love bombing and idealization, putting them closely with the caretakers to create a strong emotional bond with existing members. This is what we call love bombing. It makes the cult members feel indebted towards the organization. Of course, there's the use of idealization. Cults tend to condition its members into thinking that they are better than the rest of the people who are outside of their fold. This is done by making sure they participate in quote unquote divine activities like fasting, studying, and other activities only found inside the cult. The Palikana also have their own unique thing, which is to only eat food that is made with local ingredients. They also make sure that the members have a fire lit in their vicinity. After that, Bryce then made sure to idealize himself as the charismatic leader of the Palikana, being depicted as someone who has power over time given his energetic old age and various miracles that he had performed. But the most powerful tool that Bryce uses is to idealize a promise, wherein each member is willing to sacrifice everything to attain. And he did that by presenting a physical promised land, which a lot of real life cults do, such
Okay, once again, like, yeah, this is what happens, but like, this is stuff everyone already knows. Like, still waiting for how this makes Bryce more powerful than you think, when this is just how powerful everyone thinks Bryce is, or knows that Bryce is.
such as the Jonestown by the People's Temple. So the followers being sent there get tricked into thinking that they are fulfilling their ultimate purpose in life. Anyone who fulfills Bryce's conditions are deemed as a Haku that will be sent on the Promised Island where they will never leave, not go hungry, and will be fulfilled all the time. And this island is the very place where the boss fight took place. Nele Island is Bryce's most powerful card, as he also uses this to further his conditioning to the members of the cult, with isolation and control. Cults control the information members receive, limiting access to outside media and perspectives. This keeps them dependent on the group for knowledge and reinforces the leader's authority. Since these kids are now isolated in LA Islands and cut off from any outside interference, they will see everything that the Palikana and especially Bryce says as the absolute truth. Encouraging dependency, daily routines, living arrangements, and even finances may be controlled, fostering dependence on the group and making it difficult to leave. We can even see this happen when the truth was revealed as to why Akane ran away from the cult. Other members saw it as a heretical act, and that they will never leave the Palikana since this is the only way of life that they have known. Oh, and if you think you belong to some organizations that treats their members like this,
I guess it's good that it kind of just isn't saying much since I just gives me a break from talking about nonsense.
maybe it's time for some self-reflection. Be careful out there. Moving on, Nelly Island might be Bryce's most powerful weapon, but his ability to exploit and abuse his followers are what I see as his most dangerous side. His subjects are willing to sacrifice anything, such as putting a show of the gun malfunctioning, leaving this guy blinded. His servants are willing to throw away their newfound family, such as Tommy's friend who betrayed them. Bryce's charisma is so strong that his followers
Okay, once again, you're just assuming that this guy worked for Bryce. Like, we don't know if that's the case.
are willing to die for him. Usually, that of a fellow cult member can trigger a red flag inside the organization, but Bryce was able to condition his followers so effectively that they brush it off, even if Bryce kills someone right before their eyes. It is this powerful conditioning and abuse that makes Bryce one of the most dangerous villains in the Like a Dragon series. But then, why did his story ended up like that? After Chitose revealed the truth about the nuclear waste management plan, the Nele Island, the Palikana, and him as the false prophet, Bryce tried jumping to the nuclear waste. Bryce knew that once the public got involved with how the Palikana functions and how it abuses its followers, that he will then soon face justice, and he will see the decades of brainwashing as done gets destroyed and his cult gets defunct. This is actually similar from real-life cults and how they disbanded, such as Heaven's Gate who believe in extraterrestrial salvation, but in 1997, 39 members were collectively lost in order to reach an alien spacecraft they believe was following a comet. Then we also have Aum Shinrikyo,
I I feel like a lot of these examples are kind of just superfluous to the point you're trying to make. Like you don't need to list out like all these different cults and how like oh these things can be related to the story. Like you only really need, I feel like you don't even need that many examples. Crushed again. Yeah, I don't know why you're I do get the impression this is to just bloat the video to like put in like these really like long-winded examples of things, like trying to tie them into what happens in the game. This is an extreme simplistic version of these cults. Yeah, yeah. I agree. Yeah, watch together suddenly being annoying, but yeah, we're almost done. As someone who's read up on these cults. Oh, okay, yeah. Like yeah, I didn't imagine they're giving like very biting commentary, just that it doesn't add much to the video. But yeah, I guess good to know that's also they're not being accurate. Yeah, what's going on? We'll watch. Oh, okay, it's a problem with the room. Just need to refresh the browser. Are you still on the same video? Oh no, I've gone through like a handful of videos since then. After Gokudoni's video on what he called the greatest Yakuza boss fight, I've been going through some shorter videos from a different channel, which has been taking up, I guess, like the majority of this stream. Yeah, I'm almost done. If Watch Together just starts working again. Was technically there's like a couple videos between like the first one I covered and this one, but yeah, it's not the same video. God, what is sorry about this. I don't know what's wrong with Watch Together. Bear with me. Okay. Now is it working? Oh, wrong thing. Oh God. So sorry. Um wait, I hope I didn't make chat disappear. Let's see. No, I might have. I mean, oh, okay, no, it's back. Just the previous messages are deleted. I guess it doesn't really matter since we're almost done, but yeah, I guess it's working now. So back to the video. Okay, where's like the wait a minute.
Decades of brainwashing has done gets destroyed, and his cult gets defunct. This is actually similar from real-life cults and how they disbanded, such as Heaven's Gate, who believes of Buddhism, Christianity.
God damn it. Happened again. Okay, you sent sent the proof. That's
And
neat.
its leader Shoko Asahara, who was executed in 2018. This cult's disbanded mainly due to a combination of internal
Okay,
strife.
now the thing isn't working, like the full screen. Hmm.
External
Okay. Yeah, and this looks really bad, but there's like 2 minutes. I'll just finish it.
pressure from law enforcement or media scrutiny, and the demise of
Even maybe you could just.
their leaders.
Could I just show the video or the audio? No, it doesn't seem to work. Yeah, Watch Together sucks. I need to find something else. Okay, at least like, this looks like terrible, but gotta push through. If it actually
Their
unpauses.
leaders. The extreme beliefs and actions of these groups often led
Oh, come on. Ah. So like right when we're almost done, it's doing this.
in their dissolution.
Yeah, like the problem with VLC is just like I can't get OBS to reliably capture audio. Uh, okay, yeah, I'll just do this. This is like the best we're gonna get, probably.
In their dissolution. And these are the things that Bryce feared the most of, and why he kept on searching for Lanny, the rightful leader of the Palicana. Bryce wanted to prevent any internal strife where followers will question his place as the rightful leader. Bryce did not want any external pressure from the law, but seeing as how much of an international disaster the nuclear waste disposal is, Bryce knew that various government organizations will investigate his cult, and this is now outside of his sphere of influence. Bryce knows that his demise has come, and the 7 decades that he has spent in building his black box will not only be remembered as another tragic case of abusing vulnerable people. To be honest, RGG Studio could have presented Bryce more as this intimidating figure, given how dangerous he is and his powerful grip in a Y. Unfortunately, the path did not end that way, and we see Bryce go down as one of the more disappointing bosses in the Like a Dragon series. A somewhat anticlimactic ending, which is why I think AG should have been the final boss for Ichiban. If you're curious why, then check this video out. Like and subscribe to Otaku the Fun.
No, okay, finally we're done. Yeah, it's probably just like a hardware. Actually, no, it's probably just like an issue with the website. Like, it just sucks. But yeah, it's kind of weird that they're talking about like. I mean, for one thing, they don't substantiate why Bryce is more powerful than you think. They just go over things everyone knows, and then just says like, "This is why they're more powerful than you think." It's also weird that they're doing all this to make him seem like really important, like a big threat. He still ends with the conclusion that this was like an anticlimactic final boss. Yeah, worthless video. I agree. Yeah, these are all kind of just like terrible videos. Just like, I think these might be like the worst infinite wealth defenses I've seen. I've seen like a lot of bad ones. So, yeah. I can say for sure, I'm not covering this person again. There's just nothing worth talking about. Also, didn't realize I put 66 hours into Zero already. Oh, nice. Yeah, Zero's a very fun game. One of my favorite games in general, besides just being one of my favorite Yakuza games. It's good stuff. Yeah, it's a clickbaity, worthless video to get ad rev. Yep, I do get that impression from this creator. Very bad content. Yeah, like I guess at least it was like more interesting. Like the first video was like more of like a nothing burger, while these are just like insanely awful. So yeah, I don't want to make like a super cut of these, similar to what I did with the previous stream. Yeah, I'll definitely get around to doing that later. But yeah, I think that's it for tonight. Yeah, it was pretty long. But still like one of my shorter streams. But yeah, hopefully you all enjoyed watching that. I am planning on doing like more like response videos, like not just to like I guess I don't want to focus on like infinite wealth videos, but also just general Yakuza content. Because there's like a lot I want to respond to, but haven't yet. So I have like a lot planned for that, but nothing. I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna do next. Hopefully I'll do that soon. What else? Yeah, I guess that's about it. Because we couldn't get Yapper Prime on me. Yeah, would have extended the length quite a bit. Um, but yeah, I think that's about it. I don't have like too much planned. Like I do want to finish a couple videos, but I'm just can't say for sure which will be done next. See how that goes. Hopefully I get them done soon. But yeah, I guess that's about it for tonight. That thanks to everyone for watching. I'll hopefully see you next time.